Okay, I think we are ready to swap it over to the Chunsoft relay race here. So, I turn my mouse on. You just swap over the layout here and then I'll signal the runners to get started. But yeah, just to introduce the race real quick before we get going. The race here is going to be between 4 games that were developed by Chunsoft, Dragon Quests 2 through 5. Talk a little more about the details in a minute, but we're going to get started with DQ5 here in just a second. So let me go signal the racers. Alright, given the countdown, they should be starting. So, yeah, for this marathon, or this relay race here, just to keep all the games consistent, we'll be using JRTA timing for all of them. So, the little timer will start on power on. Like, Moko's stream might be a little behind. Let me pause and play over here. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so yeah, the very start of Dragon Quest V here, Super Famicom version. They're both playing the same version, as I kind of covered in the beginning of the marathon. That's not always going to be the case with all of these, but yeah, so Era of Ruto, a Western runner, against Mokopoid, a Japanese runner, but both of them playing the Japanese version of the Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest V. And yeah, I'll just highlight the other games real quick while we're going through the intro. The next matchup, when these two are finished, Crimson will be playing the Famicom version of Dragon Quest III against Scarlet Shadow Team Zoma on the NES version of Dragon Warrior 3. Then the next game will be Dragon Warrior 4, Northrex, a Westerner, against Linda Nushi, a Japanese runner, but they will both be playing English Dragon Warrior 4 NES. Then we'll close up Sumdiner on Team Shido. We'll be playing Super Famicom DQ2 against Anatolu NES Dragon Warrior 2. So, yeah, there's differences in the versions that some of them are playing. There's differences in the skill level in some of them, but we've got the teams balanced to where the two teams should finish in about the same amount of time. I did not start the timer. Let's do that. Something else that's missing too that I need to get to. That's why my live split is not be always on top. Start. Let me just start it over and we'll add like 2 minutes. Start. Okay. Shido is another name for Malroth, the Japanese name for Malroth. Also his name in the Game Boy Color games, if you played Game Boy Color Dragon Warrior 2 or the Monsters games, he is Shido, S-I-D-O-H. I should also grab Error's notes real quick so that I know the names of towns, because I've watched a lot of DQ5, I know what they're going to be doing, but I don't really know the names of places. Oh. Grab my town. And about 30 minutes ago, I noticed there were a couple of different things that I had failed to set up ahead of time for this race, so apologize if there's a bit of a clunky start on my behalf. Okay. In my tablet, open an RTF file. So anyway, started Dragon Quest V. The introduction scene we saw there at the very beginning, the King Papas of Granvania. I'm going to be mixing up Japanese and DS names, I'm sure, throughout this. But yeah, he was pacing in his throne room, then he runs upstairs. Turns out his wife has given birth to a son, and then something happens to her. He's calling out her name as the screen fades out. And then we jump ahead a bit. We've got Papas here. Doesn't look very kingly, but he's traveling with his son here. And that's about all we know at this point. They get off that ship and they're traveling to a nearby town. So at this point, Papas is actually leading you around on the overworld. They do not have control over the movement here, but their encounters are still random. So there's kind of a thing here in the very beginning of the game where the amount of gold you have to play with is based on how many of these encounters you get. And you kind of want fewer encounters because it's faster, but you also don't want 0 or you're not going to have enough gold. So that'll be at least one more time when they hit the overworld. That'll still be the case before you actually get you know, freedom to wander around by yourself. Oh, the first one's not random, okay. Oh, that's right, yeah, because the hero walks out of town by himself and then Papas joins during the first battle. Yeah. And it turns out Papas is quite strong. He attacks twice per turn for absolutely no reason. For lots and lots of damage. He's like level 35 or 40, something like that. You get Papas' sword later in the game, and it does not grant you the ability to attack twice per turn, so Papas is just awesome, is all there is to it. Oh yeah, I gotta change all the titles and stuff too. I got too many computers involved in this operation. I've got 3 computers and then now I've added a tablet to it for some reason, so there's a lot of stuff to forget. What? I'm just gonna be a little lazy on this. We're gonna there we go. Title and bots should be updated. Yeah, that estimate of 22 hours is for all 4 of the games here, DQ5-3-4-2. So if you add in the Dragon Quest 1 race we're doing at the end, then we do have just about right on 24 hours remaining in the marathon. I don't know why I need to verify my phone number to read a Word document. I should just sit over here. I already have it open on this computer. Okay. Yeah, I missed a couple of plot things while I was doing the updates there, but Papas takes us by to see some friends of his. A girl named Bianca was there and her dad, as well as I think Sancho was there. And the adults start talking and Papa says, hey, why don't you go wander off or something. So we wander into this cave where this guy that you can see Mokopoid is coming up on. He is injured and needs help, and this random child has wandered into the cave to help him out. Alma's music is better. Probably one of my biggest Dragon Quest hot takes. I might say Malroth's theme is better. Partly because they just keep reusing Zoma's theme and it just doesn't mean anything anymore. Yeah, I forgot about that. Papas does jump into this cave. You can see him doing that. And that kind of foreshadows that later in the game, you can come in here and he's got a secret spot where he's got some items that you can pick up and I think a letter for you. A microwave that the guy made to play Zoma's theme. So going back to when I said it was overused. Yeah, we go into this cave. There's a couple items they pick up. I want to say a shield, maybe some other stuff. I think they want a certain amount of XP as well. But we're moving on past this, so... Yeah, we, oh. Mokopoid stream hiccuping. Looks like it recovered. Okay. But we had, yeah, we saved the dwarf that was stuck under that boulder, just shoved it off of him. We're pretty strong, too. And then they death warp to get out of there. And now we're going to escort Bianca and her mother back home. So, this is where Papas is leading the party, and there's a... like Mokopoid got no fights there. Now, fast, but you do want some money from that walk. See what happens with error here. Bianca's gonna troll around with you here. Mokopoid's gonna do some shopping. I'm gonna sell a bunch of stuff here and purchase a boomerang. Boomerang we've seen in a couple runs already in this marathon. This is actually the first game where the boomerang is a weapon that hits all enemies on screen. But that makes it very powerful, even though they don't usually give much attack power. So typically, if you can buy the first boomerang, usually they're about on par with the other weapons you can get at that point. Mokopoid's buying some herbs. Why the runner be choosing Deborah? No, they have already chosen against Deborah by playing not the DS version. Mokopoid goes over here, talks to these kids who are just standing here kicking a cat. And they will kick that cat night and day until you finish this quest, so please finish this quest as soon as possible. So you go up to them, you say, hey, stop kicking that cat, and then their response is, okay, you want us to stop kicking the cat? Well, then you gotta go get rid of all of the ghosts in the castle up north. I want to say it's Lenore Castle? Error's notes don't say. The whole reason I opened these notes is so I would know the name of places, Error. But he just calls it Haunted Castle. I'm not going to call it the DS name. I know the DS name. I'm not going to say it. He kicked them instead, right? He just bought a weapon. Bianca's got her fruit knife. Don't mess with her. Hub's your uncle castle. Basically. So yeah, Bianca says, hey, we gotta get rid of all of the ghosts in the castle to save one cat. So the hero is now along for the ride here. Oh, is this shop here the boomerang? Oh, there's two shops. I see. Yeah, sure enough, first shop was just herbs. Okay. I thought so, because I didn't think I saw him get enough gold for a boomerang. It's kind of funny you talk to this guy that Mokopoid's buying from right now, and he kind of jumps and the screen shakes because you scare him, he thinks you're a ghost. Basically just selling everything you have to. If you have some extra money here, you can probably keep some extra, like, equipment, some defensive items and stuff, but you need 420 gold to purchase the boomerang. Very expensive for, you know, this point, but it's definitely worth it. Era's working on his shopping too. You can see that we're selling like, you know, 30 gold worth of items at a time, trying to get up to 400 gold, so takes a lot. There's a wyvern wing that he just sold for 18 gold. I think he was trying to hang on to that defense seed that he just sold, maybe. Okay. Got the boomerang with 5 gold to spare. Yeah, I could see that Error there had 11 defense power, and Mokopoid had 7, so Mokopoid must have had to sell probably a leather shield that Error got to keep, because he got some overworld encounters with Pappas. Plus whatever gold they got in the cave as well. Mokopoid's a little bit ahead here, but Error has a little bit better gear and equipment. So, not much of a gap between them right now. I recall this being kind of a long dungeon to walk through. There is an inn, but I believe it's near the end of it. And you reach a certain point and Bianca disappears as well. You gotta go figure out where she went. The ghosts hauled her off. Over here are the king and queen of the castle, their tombs, and somebody seems to have buried Bianca in one of them. Unfortunately, you can't just leave her there. And walking all the way through this castle, they are trying to get a certain amount of experience for the boss coming up. Trying to get Bianca to level 5 before the Candle mini-boss, and level 7 before reaching the final boss of the dungeon. Boss Ghost. Looking like a Deb fan. I'm just a not Bianca fan, honestly. I don't have much preference between the other two. Errors down in the dark basement. Kind of a throwback to the original Dragon Quest 1, where you had to use torches to light up caves. There's a dark basement in this castle where you need a torch item to be able to see what's going on down here. Alright, so Error and Mokopoid both fight in big groups of ghosts. Not a bad group to run into. The boomerang makes pretty quick work of them. They don't seem to be doing too much damage. Yeah, it's here to say that the candles are some of the more dangerous enemies in here. I believe they've got the blaze spell in this and probably high defense power. And there's a forced fight with them later, so that kind of enhances their status as a tough enemy. More ghosts. There, Mokoboid's using the torch, which ironically you can see less in the room that you're using it in. Statue's following you, but don't worry about him. The DQ1 run, you mean? There's something like 10 people on the sign-up sheet right now, so it'd be faster to list who isn't in the DQ1 race. It's gonna be a pretty big race, though. I don't think the list is even publicly accessible anywhere, but there's a couple of people who are playing other games in this marathon that signed up, and quite a few people that are just showing up for DQ1. Be a good variety of both Western and Japanese runners. Most people will be doing the Super Famicom Dragon Loop category, but there's a couple people that signed up saying they wanted to do the harp hunting route, and I believe Scarlet Shadow's coming back to do DQ1 HD again, so we'll get a reprise of that run. Oh no, right now we're watching Dragon Quest V. I just put Dragon Quest as the channel game because I'm probably going to forget to change it as we keep going. And there will be a little desync between runs because they're not going to finish each game at the same time. Actually, there was supposed to be a tracker on the layout too, but I didn't quite get it set up. I could go window capture it real quick. There's only one split per game on it right now, though. Also trying to get this DQ5 notes on my tablet. I need a passkey for it. I just want to open Error's notes. It has had me solve a puzzle. It has sent me 2 text messages. It's trying to use Samsung Pass, which I don't want to use. I just want to open a text file. Technology was a mistake, I'm telling you. Can I just cancel out of all this and you just open the file? What is this? Now it's advertising something. Open. Hey, it opened that time. Okay. Trying to sell me a trial, but maybe that will disappear. I don't know. I'm just gonna deal with it. We can keep the pop-up. Alright, I'm gonna scoot back over to my other setup. And we'll... yeah. Okay, Mokopoid is, I believe, on the Mad Candle boss fight, so you gotta fight 4 of these candles here. Obake Kyandaru, literally ghost candle. Air's fighting a couple of them as a random encounter. Tracker. There we go. I might add more splits to this later, but this is what we get for now. Not transparent. And I put them on the right side too. Cool. Era's up there talking to the boss, but then the boss drops you down in a pit, and that's where you have to fight the candles. They're all standing there, waiting for dinner. On the DS version, there's like this big salad that you land on top of, and then they throw salt at you before attacking you, and it's kind of funny. See, Era casts Surround on them and hit 3 of them. Mokopoid is using the inn here before going back upstairs. Oh yeah, and using the inn actually takes you outside where that old man is, and he disappears. I guess he's a ghost. But if you've unlocked the front door of the castle, then it doesn't really take you too far out of the way. Can I reach my water from here? Yes, I can. Approximately 10 times, yes, Mario. Well, it's exactly 10 because they count them, you know? They don't approximate. And they do start at 1 and count up to 10. They don't go from 10 to 1. That's a very important part of their process. Okay, Mokopoid is entering the Oyabun ghost fight, boss ghost. DS name is Haunted Housekeeper, which is lamer. Yeah, so this fight, Bianca casts Surround on him. Very nice that hit first try. Now pretty much I think Hero's just going to throw Boomerang while Bianca casts Blaze, and then heal as needed. See what Era's notes say, see if anything I said is true. Oh, Bianca also casts Defense. It lowers defense power. I don't know if I saw... Oh, actually Mokopoid doesn't have it. That was an earlier note, said that level 7 gives you Rukanon. So, Mokopoid's going more aggressive than Era's notes. Does Era have level 7? No, he doesn't. So they're doing the same thing. I like the DQ5 boss theme, but I feel like the SFC has kind of strange sound font for it. Kind of my opinion on DQ5 soundtrack overall. One of the very few Dragon Quest games where I would have to think about it instead of just saying that I like the original game's sound fonts the best. And Mokopoid had no issue with the boss ghost. I also see Era is changing tactics to not have to give his characters commands. Specifically, I think Bianca is on a tactic so that she'll cast Blaze without him having to menu to it. And there he swapped the manual control to tell her to use an herb. Mokopoid has freed the cat meanwhile, and it has joined him. Her, rather. Era's got the boss ghost down. I don't know how far apart they are. Looks like about 33 minutes. Mokopoid's walking away with the cat. We'll see where Era is when he gets there. I feel like it's like a couple minutes at most, though. Felt like he might have bridged the gap a little bit during that dungeon. That dungeon is really long. I feel like they were in there for 15-20 minutes. I replayed this game at some point in the last year, because just every time I play this game I feel like I don't have a very strong memory of it. And still kind of feel that way, but I do remember that dungeon feeling very long. Yeah, he's already getting the cat. It's like a minute and a half apart. Nothing in the grand scheme of a 22-hour race. Now, yeah, Pappas has taken us on another adventure. Bunny rabbits. Yeah, while you're in this town that Era's still in, like, every night you'll have the chance to go off to, you know, fight the ghosts, or you can just hang around in town, but during the day, you can't get out of the town. And kind of the plot gimmick that's holding you in this town is that, I think it's Bianca's dad is sick, so Pappas is, or maybe Pappas was sick? Somebody's sick. I think it's Pappas. I think he gets sick when you stay here, and then once you beat the ghosts, he's better. That sounds right. Alright, I was in my head skipping a pretty big story beat here. So yeah, you go back to this town where Pappas is hanging out. The first town we went to earlier, and just hanging out looking for something to do, pretty much. And then you go up into the bar, and there's a ghost girl, a fairy, which only you seem to be able to see. It's a thing in this game that only children can see fairies. They're invisible to everybody else. So the fairy asks the hero for help, as he is the only one who can see her. So yeah, you go down there and you start talking to the fairy, and Pappas hears you talking to somebody and is like, what are you talking to? You just playing down here by yourself? He doesn't see her. Bella is her name on SFC. Or I guess in all Japanese versions, she's Bella. I think she's named after candy or something in the DS game, I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna go into the fairy world, talk to the fairy queen, and we're gonna find out that the fairy world is stuck in permanent winter mode. There's an ice queen that has cast a spell on the world and turned it all to snow, and they ask us to go deal with it. It's just this child and a kitten. We'll just send them. They can deal with it. And you know, we'll send Bella too, but yeah, not on paper, not the strongest lineup for fighting an Ice Queen. Looked like the Mocha picked up a life net there. And I think a repellent out of the other pot. This guy's a shop. What are we buying here? Era's in the fairy world, so we hear the fairy world music. I like this song a lot. They bought a stone fang for Barongo and some armor. Scale armor or leather armor, depending on their gold level. And we're heading into the dwarf cave over here. Jump. Ah, Hammerheads. This is the game that introduces Hammerheads. They've gotten dragged into a lot of remakes they don't really belong in. Bomb Baby. Tiny seems to be the name of these ones. I didn't see what they each bought, but it looked like Error had a little bit of extra gold there. It's 70 gold leaving the shop, and I think Mokopoid was single digits. So, still continuing that Mokopoid's a minute or two ahead, but Error has a little more gold and resources. I'll cast in the Fireball spell to quickly clean out those Night Whips. Brongo, even though he starts out at level 1, he's got pretty good attack power and HP for being level 1. Brongo the cat, that is. Actually, Mokopoid's got a different name on him. Hiroru? There's a couple of different names that you can pick when you're, when you leave the scene where they give you the cat. Bianca says, "Oh, what should we name him?" And they cycle through, I don't know how many names, somewhere between 4 and 8. I think Barongo's the first one. See what we're getting in this cave. Ability Seed. Sword of the Thief Key. The Thief Key is the important thing to get out of there. I don't really know how the story sets it up, but I imagine you just need the Thief Key to get in the Ice Queen's castle or something. Kind of funny when the Bomb Baby explodes, the top part of his sprite flies off. There's kind of a joke in this game, which is that the hero at this point in time cannot read. So if you interact with any bookshelves or signs, it'll say, like, it'll tell the player what the sign says, but then it'll say, "But hero can't read." And then for some reason they also decided that the way that you open Thief Key doors in this game would be by reading some kind of magic book that, even though you can't read, it implants the knowledge in your head and you learn how to pick locks or something. I think Mokopoid is death warping now. Error is like right on her. Yeah, you get these 2 chests, and then I think that's all we're doing in here. Yep. There's one sign in particular that's like in the middle of a swamp. I think it's near the end of the chapter, and you walk up to it and it says, "Beware of swamps, you take damage walking in the swamp." But hero can't read. And, you know, not only can hero not read, but you can't read a sign from that kind of distance anyway in Dragon Quest, so you have to walk up to it and take damage before it warns you. Kinda rude. Yeah, Death Warp takes you all the way back out to the town. And we just go right back to the fairy village. Now we're gonna head to the Ice Queen's palace. Yeah, Mochapoid must have gotten more fights than Error, because Error definitely closed a little time there, but again, that also means Mochapoid got some resources. Oh. Using that fairy water we picked up back before we did the shopping. So there's a trick you do on the ice here, which I don't know exactly how it works. It has to do with hitting directions on certain frames, but it kind of looks like Mochapoid's just walking straight through these rooms, but there are actually ice physics where you slide a certain number of tiles or until you hit a wall. But you can interrupt it by pressing some button. I'm sure it's in Error's notes, but yeah, it really looks like you're just walking straight through these rooms when you're doing it right. Yeah, Mochapoid's fighting this guy. His name Zael. I don't think there's much to this fight. Bella saps him. I'd say he drops some magic water. He's not the real fight here, though. The real fight is going to be the Ice Queen here. The Ice Queen is on a set attack pattern. So, yeah, it's kind of the same same basic idea. Lower Ice Queen's defense power, attack, heal when you got to. And just based on the Queen's attack pattern, your heal line might change on different turns, or you might want to defend. It's such a weird jingle. Yeah, so the tactic system in this game, I kind of forgot about this, but it's kind of like DQ4 where you set one tactic for the entire team. You are not able to give individual tactics commands. But yeah, they're switching, like Mochapoid right now is on focus on healing. Gotta get Bella to heal. Ice Bolt. So the attack pattern is attack, cold breath, attack, ice bolt, heal, and then charge up. So then the next attack at the start of the next cycle will be double damage. So definitely gotta watch out for the big hit when it's coming up. Nice change over the, well, it's not a change, it's, I guess, a bad change they made for the DS version, is that you actually can't control Bella. So, you kind of just hope that she casts Sap, but she may not. A Wing of the Wyvern drop. The two items in this chest are a boomerang and the fairy flute. Fairy flute, I believe, is just a key item that we're going to use to make it be spring when we get back. We gotta walk out of here. Thanks. Mochapoid must want a little more XP or gold. Hero hit level 9. Error is out of there. Alright, lead change. Yeah, talk to the Fairy Queen, give her the flute. Then it's gonna become springtime. Yeah, it'll definitely definitely stay this close throughout all 4 of the games throughout the entire race. All right. Now here, we've saved the fairies. We go find Pappas. He's been looking for us because he's gotten summoned by the king of whatever the castle is to the east. Does it ever have... yeah, Reinhardt. I thought Reinhardt was a DQ6 place. Damn, I'll believe him. No, that's Raydock. Yeah. Different R castle. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go with him to Reinhardt. More fights along the way. Inky Weasels and Mad Plants. Okopoid Side, Healers, and Baby Panthers. Oh yeah, every time you exit a fight with Pappas, he heals you to full and there's dialogue, so it's another very minor RNG thing is if you don't take any damage in these fights, you save a couple seconds, because he doesn't have to heal you. So did the dog get through the microphone? Over there scraping on a bone right now. I think the lead changed a couple of times during that walk. Harry gets there first because he had no fights between the tunnel and the castle. This is all still on rails. Pappas is still leading us around. We're gonna go meet the king. I forget exactly why Pappas was summoned here, but basically this is another situation of, hey, the adults are talking, why don't you go find a kid to play with? So we're gonna go off and find Prince Henry. Prince Henry is kind of a jerk. You talk to him and the first thing he says is, hey, you want to be my goon? Okay, why don't you go in the other room and get your honorary goon badge. Maybe there's more to do first. What we're doing here. The guard we need to go talk to him. Speak to the queen, go speak to the king, go back to Henry. And then we get our goon badge, okay. Oh yeah, Pappas accidentally steps on the stairs, yeah. When you're going through the tunnel, yeah. I do that so much in DQ7 PS1, because whenever you go to the past, it plants you south of the portal that takes you back to the ruin, but you almost always want to walk north. So if you press up, or if you just don't walk enough to the left or right, then you end up going back into the present. Then you have to warp again, and it costs you like 15 seconds. Alright, so here Pappas tells us to go play with Prince Henry in Japanese, Harryon, yes. You go get the goon badge, but Henry's gone. But yeah, you search the stool he was sitting on, and then there's a staircase underneath. But when you follow him, he gets kidnapped. Oh no. There's a little more you can do in that sequence where, like, when Henry disappears, if you go talk to Pappas, he says, "What are you talking about? He can't have disappeared." And he leads you back to Henry's bedroom, and sure enough, Henry's back. So, do that enough times and you figure out, oh, I've got to search the room to find him. But yeah, his kidnappers run off with him. You go get Dad. Dad bursts into the room. Head down here to chase the kidnappers. Then Pappas does a dumb thing. He decides that we're going to cover this up. Instead of telling everyone that the prince is kidnapped, we're just going to solve it ourselves. And definitely that's not going to lead to problems. Doing some shopping there, selling some stuff to buy an iron shield and a fur hood, looks like. Just defense power. Lycopoid is 1 gold short. Okay. Follow the dog. Time for the dog to have attention. We'll solve that. Yeah, the kidnappers... Oh yeah, that's the sign on Era's screen that I was talking about earlier. Lycopoid's passing it too, that warns you about the damage you take walking in the swamp, but Hero can't read. Yeah, we're heading up to this cave that Lycopoid just entered. Gonna get... You can immediately see there that Pappas has found some monsters to fight, but this is where the kidnappers are holding out. See what notes we got in here. Counter notes. We don't want to see the dragons. I think it's the little dragon kid enemy. Didn't really a boss fight in this cave, so we just kind of have to walk through here and get to the end. There's no, I don't think there's any treasure chest or anything. Oh, there's an elfin elixir in here, that's pretty good. Probably save that for later. Yeah, Elfin Elixir is a full MP restore, so certainly later in the run, you'll get more mileage out of it than if you use it now. Probably gonna take a short break myself once we get to the end of this chapter. There's a couple of cutscenes, which is gonna be at the end of this dungeon. feel like this dungeon is showing off the engine enhancement over Dragon Warrior 4, where now you can have like layered walkways. You can walk underneath a path to get to, like Mokopoid's doing here. That was not a thing that the engine supported in any of the NES games. And this room in particular just seems to be constantly doing that. There's a few other places in this game too that really kind of show that off, like the town where you get the magic key and the magic carpet. Something I really like about the just the first 5 or 6 Dragon Quest is all those little enhancements that they put in the engine. This one's a pretty big step up from 4 to 5, though. Obviously, it's NES jumping to SNES. 2 through 4, it's more about the small things. How hard is it to use a key, etc. Oh, arrow falls off the boat. Papa stops to heal error. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference between this version and the later remakes of DQ5, is that you only get 3 party members at a time. Which is kind of annoying, because there's monster recruitment in this game, which we'll see in pretty shortly. And it's just like, if you're dedicating 1 slot to your hero, it feels like you don't have much room to play with like the monster recruitment. Especially later on, where you've got like the hero and his 2 children. Like that's your whole team. There's no room for anybody else. You can have like, I don't know, at least 5 human party members, and then you can only use 3 of them at a time, and then monsters on top of that. That chest, those the Elfin Elixir. This one, Monster Munchies. In Dragon Warrior Monsters, that item's translated as beef jerky. I think in Dragon Warrior 7, it's also beef jerky. But, I don't know what the literal Japanese translation is of that item. You're gonna encounter a recurring boss, Gimma. For the first few rounds, he kind of just laughs at you. And then, so we just run away until he finally kills us, because it's a forced loss. The further you get in the fight, the stronger he gets. And Pappas shows up. Gimma summons his goons, Jami and Gons. Took a little effort not to say Inop and Gons, but Jami and Gons. And Pappas is gonna rough him up. Pappas gets a Kaishi no Ichigeki on Mokopoid's screen to kill Gons. Nice. 163 damage. So, after Pappas defeats his 2 henchmen, Gimma walks up to the hero and puts his scythe up the hero's neck and says, "Hey, stop fighting back." And then, sadly, this fight starts over and Pappas just stands there and loses. And then the hero's sad journey begins. His father will be killed by Gimma. The hero will be taken away with Prince Henry, and they'll both be forced into slavery. The cat Barongo will be left behind to grow feral again. And then that's the end of chapter 1. So, as these scenes play out here, I'm going to stand up and take a quick break, but I'll be right back. Alright. Made an executive decision. My dinner tonight sucked. I'm eating cake. So yeah, forced into slavery. The hero and Prince Henry, you can see Henry is up there, walking up. No, he got mixed up. On Mokopoid's screen, he's the top guy standing up. Still has the same hair, but slavery actually isn't the worst thing that could have happened to Henry. He's actually a much chiller person, a lot less stuck up. So he's our best friend now. Era's gonna go down here. There's this girl named Maria who's getting whipped by the monsters for some reason, and Henry decides, hey, we gotta step in and stop this. And this fight, you can win it or lose it. I don't think it really matters for the run. It's golden XP if you win. Actually, it looked like Era's running from it. Looks like Mokopoid's got a little more XP than Era. Era never hit level 9. Kind of interesting because Mokopoid stayed an extra battle in the Ice Queen's castle to get level 9, unless that was for gold. I'm not sure what the difference is between level 8 and 9. Yeah, we get beat up by the bad guys. Trying to figure out how to open this cake. It's not a DQ4 PB cake, sadly. It's a manager special Kroger cake that they were going to throw out. Because I marked it down. Really the best kind of cake. Well, free cake is better than discount cake, but discount cake is a close second. Alright. Hobbit reference. How did Mokopoid pass him? I don't know. But, yeah, since you helped out Maria, Maria's brother is actually a guard here in the Monster Palace. So he helps you escape by shoving you into one of these barrels, kicking it into the ocean. Then you float off to the nunnery over here. Another location whose name I know in the DS version, but I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, it's Hero died on Boss Ghost. I'm surprised how much that tripped me up that you said Ghost Boss instead of Boss Ghost. Yeah, they end up here. Henry, Hero, and Maria. Maria decides to stay here and be a nun. When we talked to her there, she gave us 1,000 gold to help us on our travels. Then we head out. Henry decides he'll go too. Because 10 years have passed while we were in slavery. You can see we're all grown up. They gave Hero clothes, they did not give Henry clothes. I don't know why. We have 1,000 gold though, we can buy Henry some clothes. Yeah, the race is, we can basically call the race off. Mokopoid's a second ahead of Error. There's nothing that can happen to change the lead now. In fact, look, Error is now like 5 seconds behind because of that encounter. It's completely over. Obviously kidding, but yeah, so this town is Oracleberry. I feel like I could have come up with that if I thought about it long enough. Going back into this room here to grab some items that we can sell. Era's also inspecting the wall. It's a pretty nice wall. Doing some shopping. Looks like we're selling a silk robe and silver tiara we picked up to buy a chain whip. So kind of like boomerangs, whips, starting with this game in the series, will attack a group of enemies. Kind of like the fireball spell. So yeah, whips and boomerangs are really strong when you're fighting random encounters. Walking on top of the town like this, that's a trick you see us do in Dragon Warrior 4 and a couple other games as well. But we're trying to pass the time of day. Because there's something we gotta do in the town at night. Unfortunately, Mokoboid fell off the town and got into a fight. Certainly happens. I believe in most, if not all, of Act 1, time of day is fixed. Maybe at the end it might be dynamic and pass as you walk on the overworld. But like that sequence early on where we were getting the ghosts out of the castle, time of day is just determined by events rather than walking around. But starting in Gen 2 here, we've got dynamic day-night system where you walk around outside, it becomes night, and then different things are happening in town. Such as, we just purchased a wagon from that guy for 300 gold. I think he sells one or two other things if you come back later. They may not be available now, and I don't remember what they are. They may not be speedrun important things. But now that we have the wagon, we can recruit monsters. So the way monster recruitment works in this, basically each monster has a chance to join. Not all monsters are recruitable, and they don't all have the same recruit chances, but yeah, at the end of battle, I don't think it has to be the last monster you kill. I think it just has to be the last recruitable monster you kill has a chance to stand up and join your team. And we'll be recruiting a couple of monsters in here. Brownie is on the list. I think Brownie is a wildcard monster though. I know there's one monster that they recruit just to hold items, basically. Have to recruit a blue slime. Ideal to recruit another. Like Brownie's recruit chance is 25%. Slime's recruit chance is 50-50. Second blue slime. So you can have up to 3 of each monster that's recruitable, but each one is harder to recruit than the previous one. So the first blue slime's 50-50, the second one's a 1 in 8. But they're gonna hang out here at least until they get a blue slime. Mokoboid's got a brownie. Let's see what happened with Era. Did he get bullied? Yeah, he must have. That must have been the automatic hero revival. Anytime in this game that you enter a town and your hero's dead, the rest of the team will take the hero to the church and revive him for you. More annoyingly, I mentioned there's only 3 party slots in this game. If the hero is in your team, or not in your team, and you walk into town, it will almost always put the hero in your team. So if you're trying to do a challenge run, like only monsters or something, that gets really obnoxious. Ah, Era's got his slime. Mokoboid's got the slime too. Is that all they're doing here? Yeah. I don't think Era will hang around for the brownie. I think there's enough options for what the extra monster can be that you just move on for now. Oh, and he got his brownie recruit. Okay. Let's see. Let's also comment that you want to get Henry to level 6 before the imposter fight. That's a ways off, though. Item drop. Gale Shield. Nice. Whipping it. Alcapa was the town. This was the town where we went ghost hunting earlier. One more thing about the recruitable monsters that isn't a huge factor in this run is that sometimes they ignore your orders if they have less than 20 intelligence. Which I think is a threshold that Barongo crosses at some point in Gen 1. But also, there's an item, Bianca's Ribbon, that, do you get it here or do you already have it? I think you might already have it, but you equip that to a monster and it gains 10 intelligence. So, we'll give it to the slime to make sure he has enough intelligence to listen in battle. Buying some items here, looks like 5 wings, some herbs, then a wooden hat and a scale shield. So Eric got a scale shield as a drop, so he doesn't need to buy that one. Oh. Yeah, wings of wyvern for fast travel, herbs obviously for healing, and then just some durability. Yeah, with the monsters having different level caps, I think that the like metal slimes and stuff have like very low level caps, like 7 or 8. But they gain tons of defense power when they level up. They had the wrong castle name. We're taking Prince Henry back to Reinhardt. Yes. So you talk to that guard on the bridge. He says, hey, nobody's allowed to enter the country. But then Henry makes fun of him, and he recognizes Henry. Allows you to get through. Here we see Yeti. Yeti is the most important monster in the game. They're both going to recruit one, and they're going to take him in the party all the way to the end, right? I'm not looking at Error's notes, I just think that's right. Hopeful. Ignore the part where Mokopoid is killing the Yetis before the Slime Knights. Trust me, they want the Yeti. Just doesn't know it yet. Oh no, Brown is dead. Not Brown. And Henry, that's actually more impactful. Yeah, the monsters in this area are pretty rough if you get here this early. Real talk, we're trying to recruit a Slime Knight because Slime Knight is one of the best monsters in the game and he's available very early. He scales really well, he's got a pretty high level cap, and he can equip a lot of equipment. Most swords and armor. And that sucks. Losing Henry, but not getting the recruit. If you got the recruit, it'd have been worth it. Well, no other encounters before the town, so you can revive. Yeti's at high intelligence, Yeti's got, I think, immunity to all cold. Unfortunately, the final boss of this game only uses fire. Ah, hey, Air's gonna try his luck with this fight. He's not actually killing the Slime Knight. He's not going for the Yeti. Get the Yeti. Probably just gonna kill one Slime Knight and then the Yetis. Oh yeah, the Slime Knights have Rob magic, don't they? Now Error has no magic. That's cool. Well, they won't steal any more of his magic, because he doesn't have any. Oh, Mokopoid's over here hitting plot triggers. I don't remember everything that's going on in this castle. I know you show up and Henry's brother is the king now. Henry is the older brother, but the younger brother's taken the throne. And Henry doesn't really want it, so that doesn't really end up being a source of conflict. See if Error gets a recruit here. Mokopoid's also got a shot at the Slime Knight here. Yep. I think the Slime Knights are 1/4, right? Yeah. Reasonable chance you get Slime Knight first try, reasonable chance you get Slime Knight 10-15th try. Probabilities. Oh, his kingdom wiped out the village. I forgot that part. I knew that village is wiped out. Oh, that's a cool sound effect. Yeah, we absolutely need to recruit the Slime Knight, so we gotta get them before we leave this castle, but they show up inside this dungeon as well as outside, so I'm just gonna progress for now. Mokopoid just got Pierre, the Slime Knight. Error's got another shot at one here. One of them just stole 10 magic from him. Brown's dead. Uh-oh. 8 more magic stolen. Okay, everything's fine. Hey look, it's Pierre. Okay. He made it through. More magic on his way out. Thanks. Thanks for that. Gotta love that when it's the last turn of the fight and the enemies either steal your magic or they kill somebody. And now he has no magic for this walk, just herbs. He is not taking another 3 Slime Knight fight. Mokopoid's getting bullied by Slime Knights too. Let's see, notes. Anything I should know about this? Pierre. Well, there's an entire page of these notes dedicated to the Pierre recruitment, so that's how important the Slime Knight is. Henry needs to be alive at the end of this. Treasure chests. Steel Fang and Shell Hat. So the Fangs are typically items that monsters can equip. It's like he just gave it to, or just gave it to the slime. Slalin. Yeah, I think if Error had a Yeti, I think he'd be doing a lot better in this cave here. Yetis don't need MP, you can steal all of it. And they're good conversationalists, too, you know? Like, Henry's alone right now. He has nobody to talk to. What if he had a Yeti to talk to? Right, he'd be better off. This is not looking good for Error. Well, he made it. So this is pretty typical in most Dragon Quest games, seems to be the case in this one as well, but when you fail to run from battle, not all of the monsters are going to take their turns. There's a % chance that each one just doesn't act. Dark Eyes. We saw those in monsters too. Anatolu, do your notes say which one of those are female in the 4 Dark Eye formation? I saw that your notes said that if you're playing Kobe, Hactical and Error probably have the information on the formations, and I asked Hactical and he did not, so we just kind of winged it and got it first try. No big deal. Hey, Error made it through, I guess? Uncle Boy just reaching those chests. I think she had to leave shortly after getting Pierre. I don't remember how that Pierre fight went. I know it was rough. Maybe Henry died during it. It's actually kind of funny in that Monsters 2 run today. Because, like, I know in your notes, Anatolu, you have 16 different formations mapped out on that second floor that have Dark Eyes. And I got the same fight today that I got in yesterday's practice run. So I knew one of them was male, and I was right. I could have lost 10 minutes trying to find a male Dark Eye, but I did not. Yeah, Error's hitting more plot triggers, huh? Let's see. Ow. Okay. Damage tiles. 1200 gold, a life seed, and iron armor. More screen flashes. Yeah, that's weird that there's only like, what, 5 or 6 formations on the top floor, but you've got 16 plus downstairs. And the one that I had isn't in your list either. It could just be different on PlayStation, I don't know. But it was not one of your 16. It was like Dark Eye, Aqua Hawk. But you had Dark Eye, Turtle, and the middle one was male, so I'm like, yeah, maybe this one's male too. And it was. But it worked, you know. Solid logic, I think. See, so Error went up and talked to Henry's brother Dale, the king. Looted the treasury. Weapon shop, is that where we're at now? Looks like it. Buying a steel sword for Pierre. Selling probably a bronze knife and a boomerang if he needs the money. Oh yeah, and he doesn't have Pierre yet, so that's his next goal. He's gonna sit out here until he gets him. Hopefully it doesn't take too long, but he will gain experience points while he's trying to recruit Pierre, and the XP can help for the next boss. It also helps a lot for just the fights out here in general. So yeah, race is still pretty much tied. Error's got like a couple of minutes to recruit Pierre before Mokopoid takes the lead back. Oh, Slim Knight crit Henry. Yeah, Hero can probably still finish this with that broadsword. But if this is not the recruit, he still has to go in and revive Henry. Balin leveled up. I don't believe there's any kind of an XP split in this game. I think everybody in the party and in the wagon just gets the same XP. Dragon Warrior 4, it didn't really make sense to split XP because sometimes you got one person, sometimes you got 8 people. That'd be kind of weird. So, I think DQ5 just continues the same logic. Oh, high five coming up. At the church, reviving. That's not where you want a high five. Yeah, so Mako is gonna go do that. Menuing. Use the N, buy some stuff. Steel sword. Stream audio won't always necessarily be Team Shido, but Mokopoid is speaking on her channel, so I'm just using Error because he's got clean audio. If there's any matchups where neither runner is using a mic, we might switch back and forth, like when they get to boss fights or whatever. Except during DQ4 where I'm going to be asleep. No tech issues allowed during DQ4, by the way. DQ1 is happening at the end, so we're going to do a larger race for Dragon Quest 1 rather than just Team Shido and Zoma. The original idea was to do all of DQ1 through 5, all the Chunsoft games, but then I decided, because in some of our earlier iterations of this marathon, we used to close it with a big DQ1 race, and I decided we should try to do that again. So there's like something like 10 people signed up for that right now. That's gonna be a pretty cool race. Also, not everybody's doing the same DQ1. It's mostly Super Famicom Dragon loops, but there's a couple harp hunting, and Scarlet Shadow's coming back for DQ1 HD reprise. So a bunch of people playing DQ1 together. More so than like a, you know, serious competitive race. I'll probably be commentating DQ3, yeah. Backsword will be coming in for Dragon Warrior 4. Other than that, nobody's really locked in for commentary. I've got the live channel unlocked though, so like, I don't know. Somebody pops in, then I'll have a friend. MSX DQ1? I think so. Maybe? I'm not sure. I might be confusing the fact that DQ2 was both MSX and MSX2. I want to say there was DQ1 on at least one of the two platforms, though. Oh, we already got up here. Alright. Cool. It's still a race. Gear recruitment is definitely a big run killer. When you get a competitive time and you don't get Pierre, like, pretty quickly, the big reset point. But, yeah. So Error's just behind by the amount of time it takes to walk to the nun shrine down here. Church? Nunnery? I don't know if I've heard the word nunnery outside of modern Dragon Quest. Oh yeah, Maria tags along for this, doesn't she? She needs to open the tower or something. So, in the castle, a couple of different people are saying that the queen's been acting weird, and it's implied that she's not, like, she's been replaced by a doppelganger. So we're gonna do what you do in Dragon Quest when there's a doppelganger and go find the Mirror of Ra. Not sure what the point of that reset is. Maybe it says in the notes. Save and reset to a set day and night cycle to midnight. Okay, so it's a time of day thing. DQ2 actually had the Mirror of Ra. You use it to reveal the Princess of Moonbrook so she can join your team. Then in DQ3 you can use it to reveal the boss troll. DQ4, it's in the casino. You can use it on imposters or Linguar, but they just immediately redo their thing. DQ5, it comes back here to reveal the queen. Also a similar thing in DQ6 with the mirror tower. I don't know if there's specifically a Mirror of Ra item in that game. No, there is. You're in that tower to get it, right? Yeah. Yeah. You use it on the queen and then again on Mido, yeah. Yeah, it's actually very important in that game. Okay. Yeah, the Mirror of Ra is in this tower that only a nun from that shrine can open, so that's why we pick up Maria. I don't think she does anything in battle or anything like that, she's just tagging along. Do not have a good sitting position for this. See, is there a tower in here? Or a boss in here? I don't really remember this dungeon at all. Doesn't look like it. There's a treasure chest with some gold in it. That's about all that's happening in here. I think there might be a gimmicky floor in here. See if I recognize it. Yeah, you use the Mirror of Ra on Mudo and then he turns into Prince Kameha. I think that's right. Funny that it plays the revival jingle here. I don't know why they opened that door. They both did it. Straighten up and open the door, but don't go through it. Okay. $150 gold. That monster there that Error just saw is the fake queen is a recolor of one of those. Metal slime on Mokopoid's side, and metal slime on Error's side. See what happens. Error got one. And Mokopoid got one. I think the other one ran. Yeah, they each got one. Okay. I don't think that's necessary, I think it's just helpful. But that is a lot of experience right now. But I don't think there's any point in this run where you specifically grind for a metal slime. Oh, okay, that's the only gimmicky floor up here. So that floor that Mokopoid is on, there's just an invisible path across there. But if you take half a step to the left, you walk across it. That's a thing that comes back in a couple different Dragon Quests. There's definitely Dragon Quest Monsters gate that rehashes that, the one with the big eye. Closer to evac, yeah. Yeah, this run has a lot of death warps in it early on, so if you learn the outside spell sooner, then that saves you some resources and saves you some time. This could be completely wrong, but like I think at the Volcano you would normally death warp. Maybe a metal slime gets you outside for that point. We'll see when we get there. Adoshi. Okay. Alright, 2 queens. It's actually kind of like we saw in DQ1+2 where there were 2 kings and one of them was a monster, but we didn't need the mirror to tell them apart there. Yeah, you walk up to the one on the left and use the mirror, and then she turns into a monster. And she calls for help. Check the notes on this. Only 300 HP. Doesn't really mention what she does. Yeah, but she just, you lower her defense power. Hero raises his own defense power. Here and hero do damage. Looks like the bag that it called for can use stop spell. A poison zombie. I know his DS name, but I'm not gonna say it. Henry's dead. That's fine. That's perfectly fine, really. So Henry's about to leave our party. He's gonna stay here. So we really don't care that he missed out on that XP. It was a pretty good chunk of XP though, 760. That was a little over half of what the metal slime gave. So if you didn't get a metal slime, you would probably want your other characters to get that XP. Oh yeah, she's got a lot of defense power. Well, it took away 45. $56. Okay, see you, Henry. I think that is why Henry is in the lead. Now she called for both of her friends. Now she's dead. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, less level up time, true. So after that metal slime, you probably wouldn't get more than one level from it. Without the metal slime though, these notes suggest getting Henry to a minimum of level 6, so 760 XP would probably give you like 3 levels if you were only level 6. Mocha Point shopping for you. I saw a Wing of the Wyvern purchase. Let's see. That's 2,900 gold. Buy a poison needle for Slalin. 3 wings. Possibly holy water. Okay. I suspect that optional holy water purchase is in case you run into metal slimes in the cave coming up here. We're back in the town of Santa Rosa, which was kind of Pappas's hideout. It's been destroyed. But as we mentioned earlier, Pappas has been hiding some stuff in this cave. So we're gonna sneak in here. I think that old man mentions that Pappas has a secret stash in here that he wants you to find. You hop on the boat and we'll go find out what he left us. And there are more metal slimes possible in here. There is a bug with metal slimes and holy water that you kind of have to be careful of when you're running this game. I don't know the exact specifics of it, but I know it has something to do with, like, if you throw holy water on a metal slime, normally it deals 1 point of damage constantly. So like if you, it's a pretty consistent way to kill them. But if one of them like runs away and then you still throw holy water at it, that can cause bugs where it like kills the metal slime multiple times and you can get billions of experience points, and it's not allowed in this category. But if you know more about the how it works than I do, I think there are some scenarios where it's safe to throw or less risky. I think Mochapoid has a holy water or two, but it looks like she's just trying to physical attack. Throwing one here. Okay. Yeah, because at that point, if the metal slime runs away, the fight is over, so there's no chance of triggering the bug. Makes sense. I believe this is the floor where downstairs there's a bunch of water or something. No, this is the downstairs. All that water. Yeah, so we need to make a path to get across that water, and you do that by walking on certain tiles up here. You'll see the ground is kind of crunching behind her as she walks. And that is dropping rocks basically into the water downstairs so that you can get to the rooms on the side. Will spell work on metal slimes in this game? I don't know, but if it does, it doesn't deal more than 1 damage per turn, which is how it worked in Dragon Warrior 4. Because monsters can also just learn those breath attacks. So if they just outright killed metal enemies, then it would be extremely overpowered. You could just have a Yeti in your team breathe ice breath and kill them. But, and maybe Doran is the reason they changed that in Dragon Warrior 4. I think Dragon Quest 3 is the only game where B-Dragon breath instantly kills metal enemies. I'm not aware of any others where that's the case. I'm trying to sell the Yeti here. Neither one of them recruited one. I'm kind of annoyed about it. Neither one of them even tried. All the metal slimes are trolling error. Let's see, anything else I need to know about this cave? There's a few chests in here. One had gold. That's probably the one Error just got. I think Mokoboy just picked up 2 chests, in which case that would probably be this iron breastplate and agility seed. Looks like that's it until the end. Solid leveled. Hooray. More slimes. As much as I'm enjoying this cake, I should really eat some real food. If I'm gonna be sitting here till 5:30 in the morning, probably it'd be better not to just load up on sugar. Or we'll crash in like 20 minutes. We'll figure it out. Turtles, more turtles. Another metal slime. 2 damage on them. They can have 3 to 5 HP. Okay, and another kill. There is a note here in Error's notes. Volcano dungeon is doable with 0 metal slimes, but 2 to 4 is reasonable for safety. So Error's got 2 now, so he's probably feeling more confident about that dungeon. Oh, Mokoboid's out of the dungeon. I blinked and missed it. I assume that she made it to the end. Didn't look like either one of these runners are struggling with the encounters in here. But, so yeah, what you get at the bottom of this cave, there's a couple of junk items, a seed, I think, and a whip or something, leather loincloth, but then you also get the Zenithian sword, as well as a letter from Pappas, explaining that, he thinks that your mother is still alive, and he's trying to, or he was trying to find her. And he thinks the Zenithian sword might be the key. Maybe if he carries around the Zenithian sword, he'll find the legendary hero, and then, you know, you being an RPG player, naturally assume, oh, I'm the hero, right? I can equip this sword. But if you try to equip the Zenithian sword, there's actually some special text that says something like it feels very heavy in your hand or something. It's because you are actually not the legendary Zenithian hero in this game. Not yet. We will meet the legendary hero, but it is not the character that we are controlling right now. Yeah, if you want to hop in, that'd be fine. Actually, I don't think I have Discord captured on here yet. That'd be a good reminder for me to add that. I'll want that at some point before this is over. Let's see. I've got the widget showing that I am speaking in Discord, but I'm actually capturing its audio. That one. Right, hello.
Hello.
There we go. That should be good balance.
I seem to be being captured. So I'm Hactical. I'll join Callie for a little bit. Help ramble on about Dragon Quest V. Pretend to remember anything about this run. Took a short nap after, as I do, after being up till almost 5 a.m. with DQ6 last night.
Yeah. I got a little sleep during DQ6 and then another nap after my run.
Nice. Looks like the two runners are relatively close together. Moko doing a little bit of shopping here in Port Selmy. Did not see what exactly she bought. Typically you buy a magic shield there.
I'm messing with audio balance, so I didn't see either.
All good. In normal DQ fashion, the magic shield is a really good item. Provides decent defense power and
Should be good.
some magic resistance. It's like also buying an iron helmet. There's a couple different shopping routes you can do here in Port Selmy. There's actually also a little side quest thing that you can engage in. I don't remember the exact details of it. There's like a half now, half later kind of thing, and you can just go up there and fight a couple wolf monsters that it's in one of the buildings in the town. You can just expel them and get like 2,000 gold, something like that, just for maybe a minute's worth of investment. Buy some extra stuff. I don't think either of the runners will do that, but I know Arrow used to do that a lot. Did you talk about Slalin's wisdom and like monster control and stuff like that, whether they obey you? Kevin's probably figuring out food,
No.
so
I kind of mentioned it, but I don't know the specifics of where it's important. I know you give a ribbon to Slalin, but...
Yeah, also, you get Slalin a little bit of XP, and you give him a wisdom seed, before going into that cave, and I think the threshold is like 20 wisdom, where monsters will actually obey you in combat. I don't know if that's equal for all monsters, or if that's a Slalin-specific number. It only really matters for Slalin for the run. Pierre usually kind of just obeys you anyway, so... But, yeah, it's kind of becomes important at this point in the run. It's useful, obviously, for hunting metal slime to have Slalin obeying you if possible in that Santa Rosa cave, but this part of the run, encounters start being a little bit more complicated to handle in a lot of cases. You're not really fighting random encounters very much for experience points, but this is where you start being able to utilize the Expel spell on Slalin in order to get rid of some scary enemies, get rid of groups of enemies, rather than just YOLOing run chances at things. And oftentimes you can still just YOLO your run chance, but sometimes it's faster or safer to handle things in certain ways. Later on, the increase spell to buff your defense before you run, things like that. But at the moment, expel is the part that's relevant. Me phenomenal. Era's doing his Port Salmi shopping. Pull the chain cross and the poison needle. A little bit kill. Iron apron. Era has quite a bit of gold. Iron magic shield. Interesting that the magic shield is actually like katakana magical shield, magic shield, and not Maho no Tate. And then Iron Helmet. So I think that's the same shopping that Moko did. Era has based a lot of his recent DQ5 play around Moko's routing, so it's not surprised me if they're pretty similar. In the meantime, Moka made it to the town of Rudafin and found the Old Man Bennett. The Old Man Bennett is trying to work on inventing a spell, but he needs the Ruda Moon herb in order to complete it. Apparently in this universe you make spells inside of a pauldron. Yes, he's the same character apparently from Dragon Quest Monsters, the Dark Prince. Hoyland Trouble. I don't know that I really buy into that as canon, but DQM3 has a lot of non-canon aspects. Yeah, anyway, Moko's making it over here to this glowing spot on the ground, which is the Ruda Moon herb. And then we'll wing back to turn this into Bennett. And for anyone that's familiar with the Japanese names of spells, Ruda is the name of the return spell in Japanese. So the hint here is that, this is going to invent the return spell for the hero, and then you won't need to rely on Chimera Wings as much anymore. Chimera Wings, in this game, kind of just return you to the most recent town you were in, rather than being like full, you choose where to return to also. So, having the return spell removes the reliance on wings and also gives you more powers of navigation of the world. It did look like Hero died walking to the Rudamoon herb from Moko, and I don't know if this is comp yet or not, but when walking into town there was like a scene in a jingle where Pierre brought the hero to the local church to be revived automatically. You're not allowed to like be in town with just a monster without like the hero alive. It happens also at various third points with like Henry earlier on in Act 2. And it does actually take your money to revive when that happens, so it's not a free revival, but it means you don't have to actually walk to the church. So Bennett teaches us the return spell, and then Moko just says, "See ya," and immediately uses it to peace out. Gonna go, good chance to use the inn and stop back and check in with Henry, see how Henry's doing.
Yeah, we've had a couple of heroes and other characters die so far. I don't think anyone's had like an unintentional wipe though.
Yeah, I was mostly referring to the auto revive when you enter town.
Yeah.
With like certain characters dead, especially with the hero being dead. can't think of like any other DQ game that has done that.
I don't know. I know 7 like automatically revives you for specific cutscenes.
Yeah, that's pretty common in some of the newer DQs also.
7 Reimagine just always revives you.
Sure does. I don't really remember what the deal is with that conversation with Henry. I don't know. I think he's talking about like having been like getting married to Maria, or like they're going to get married or something. But I don't fully remember the context for going back to that plot point.
Yeah. I do think that's what he's talking about. I just don't know what the plot trigger significance of it is.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Moko's continuing on towards Cerebona, the next town with it'll be the center of quite a bit of like, the next 2 dungeons and major plot points.
Let's see, Moko got over 300 XP from that fight, so fights are starting to give pretty significant XP compared to the metal slimes they got earlier. I believe it was still 2 medals for Error and 1 for Moko.
Okay. Yeah, the metal slimes have a couple of impacts, right? The immediate impact is obviously you get more stats. In particular, more HP to be able to survive some bad run failures in the Volcano and Waterfall cave.
Yeah.
And then the other potential, if either of the runners gets enough experience, is if the hero gets level 14, you can learn the outside spell, and then you can use outside from a couple of dungeons rather than needing to death warp out or walk out in some cases. So those would be the couple things to look for is, you know, does either of them die by, like, you know, exact damage or something where an extra level would matter? And does either of them get returned before the other? One.
Yeah, Error's notes say 1-1 at Cerebona.
Yep. And you walk into Cerebona, and the first thing that happens is the dog runs up and Lillian, and then you are introduced to Flora, the daughter of the rich family in town. I actually don't know their actual name. I think it's like the modern version. It's like Briscoletti or something like that. Maybe that's the original name.
I don't know if they have a surname in Japanese. No, Briscoletti is a localization.
Yeah.
I know his first name, the dad, is Ludman in Japanese.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so the dad here, Ludman, as Cowie just mentioned, is gonna be holding this competition, and we're gonna get in line to hear the spiel, but basically it's a competition for who gets to marry his daughter. And in order to do that, you have to acquire the fire ring and the water ring. If you can bring both of them back, then you will be allowed to Mary Flora. And there's a little bit, you get some choices. Come back to that once it's time for actual marriage.
And these other three guys have probably known Flora for years, and you just kind of walked in 2 minutes ago. Why not throw your hat in the ring?
So Moko is taking a quite important safety save here. This next section of the run is very dangerous. Also resetting the game for some time of day manipulation. And then both runners will be walking down to the Volcano.
We love volcanoes.
And nothing ever goes wrong in Dragon Quest volcanoes. We like to joke about how they're kind of just like an open-topped pyramid because nothing ever goes wrong in pyramids either.
Yep.
So the volcano is obviously where the Ring of Fire is going to be. And there are pretty scary enemies on the way there. Most of them aren't too bad. There's a Lancer enemy that can show up, and if you fail to run from the Lancers, they can kill somebody very easily. Some enemies, like these killer machines that Moko's got, are vulnerable to expel. You can kind of just defend your way and expel your way through it. Some of those unbeasts that Error just saw. But then inside the volcano itself, there are some very scary enemies, and in particular the Horse Devils that can show up there. You know, the Blazemore spell, which targets randomly. It's not biased towards attacking front party members or anything. It does a lot of damage. Does not care about defense. So, in general, throughout the run, obviously the runners have been frequently using Pierre only to run away from like physical only enemies in order to, he's got really high defense and also concentrate the damage and the healing onto one person. But when these Horse Devils show up, you're going to have to, what Moko just did there is like swap in other party members in order to spread the damage around and swap out people who are near death and kind of play the damage ranges a little bit in order to survive. It's like Error got at least one Metal Slime. I didn't see how many he killed.
One more. When I was replaying this a couple months ago, I ran into the Horse Devils, and I'm like, I know Error has an emote of this guy, which means they're either good to fight or very bad to fight. I learned quickly. They got Blazemore.
Yeah, Error likes this play here that he's doing, where he defends and tries to expel them. Their expel chance isn't very high. Like 35-40%, I think. I don't remember the exact number. But not very high, but if you get a group of 3, you're usually going to expel one of them. And he prefers those odds. Now, the downside to getting Metal Slimes in this dungeon is if you do end up dying to Horse Devils or something, it sort of complicates things about do you reset to your safety save and lose that Metal Slime worth of experience, or do you have to try to figure out the money routing to revive characters in order to give another attempt at it? Moko switching to Brownie only for this walk across the lava. Brownie does not really matter for most of the rest of the run. Mostly exists here to be a bag to store items. But one thing that's really easy to do is you walk across that lava, then you get an encounter like this, then you just hit Monton out of habit, heal up, and then you heal the brownie that you intentionally let take a bunch of damage. Okay. I think I had a little bit of a scary situation there. Apparently trying to make sure that she's using her MP in an efficient way. Decided to use the magic water on Hero. Pierre needs enough MP. This bottom floor here will be the boss fight with 3 lava men. And Pierre will basically solo this fight. He'll get his defense boosted up a little bit by the other characters. And then Pierre, with the fight wisely tactic, will pretty much just solo things. Nico's gonna kill off Marine. Cast upper with Hero onto Pierre, and then Pierre on tactics, and then just set auto fire and set the controller down. Errors at the same situation. It is possible for Hero to die on turn 1, which isn't a big deal in terms of completing the fight, but it is nice for Hero to get the experience from this fight. I do notice that Error is on a different tactic. Error is on the healing tactic rather than the fight wisely tactic. So there is one thing that can happen in this fight, which is you want Pierre to use the Heal More spell. You want him to get low on HP and use the Heal More spell for big heal and bigger healing efficiency. And Pierre's got really high max HP for Error due to all the metal slimes, so it's not too bad. But you can run into a case, especially at lower levels, where Pierre will use the regular heal spell instead, which is less MP efficient, and can be both a little slower and, on Moko's screen, Pierre's using Weemy, which Pierre's enough MP that it shouldn't matter, but there are some situations where that can be a significant factor, and you might need to play the fight manually and do manual healing. I don't know that I've ever really seen Moko just change their tactic. Maybe now it's fight wisely, but maybe it was on something else before. I get a lot of the Japanese tactic names mixed up. Gangan and Inochi, both easy, obvious ones. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever really seen anybody use the healing tactic on this before, like Error is. I mean, it looks like it's playing fine. I assume there's not really much different, but looks like Pierre's healing a little bit earlier than he otherwise would. Actually, Pierre's down to 4 MP. I kind of wonder if he should have enough to finish this guy. That shouldn't be a big deal, but I kind of wonder if there was a miscalculation. But these guys are easy, and it's down to the last one, so it's fine. Here's nothing. Died just one. And Moko finishes the fight. They're not too far behind. Error's also going to have fewer level ups from this fight because of the metal slime. So one thing you can choose to do there, which neither runner did, is if you're paying attention to damage and your HP and all that stuff, well, not Pierre's HP, but just the damage on that final one, You can pull out the hero and put him in front at the very end of that fight. As long as you think he's not going to die to it. And it's faster than manually trading around the fire ring. So putting him in front in combat would let him just pick up the ring and have it go directly to his inventory. So it's a minor optimization, but it's not like a common one because you want to make sure that hero gets the XP from it, so a lot of times you just leave him in the wagon like they both did to make sure he doesn't get owned. Yeah, both runners, either runner has outside. Pretty rare to have outside at this point. We need a lot of metal slimes to get there. But Arrow's getting close. He gets another one in the Waterfall cave, he might get it. So both runners took a death warp out. They were commenting to me that that was a stressful volcano, but it looked a little more stressful for Mocha. But they both made it through. One of the two rings acquired, so now it's time to go get the water ring in the Waterfall cave.
Yeah, the race remains really close.
Mm-hmm. The water path up to the Waterfall cave is blocked off by this gate, so Air's stopping off and going to the side village, where he is going to find somebody that we should all be familiar with after this long dialogue. There she is.
No.
Bianca-chan.
And Bianca.
Bianca's here with her dad, who's she's kind of helping take care of. You know, you can feel whatever you want about Bianca, but I absolutely love her sprite here. Like in Act 2, I think they like put so much work and so much detail into Bianca's sprite. Like, clearly got more detail than most other characters.
Oh, what's happening?
A little buffer in here. Nobody panic. Hera likes to affectionately refer to Bianca as the quote-unquote trash wagon. Because she's not going to stay with the party at this point. She's joining as like a temporary character. And you can give her a bunch of items that you don't need anymore. Torch, the Reinhardt key, things like that. Raw mirror. And they'll just go to her inventory. And then when she leaves your party, they'll just get automatically sent to the bank. So you can't be left without the key items. But it means that they can stop clogging up your inventory and you don't need to go manually deposit them. So, but she has the key to this gate that's blocking the water path, so she's going to come with us to the Waterfall cave. Now, the Waterfall cave is usually much easier than the Volcano. No boss at the end of it. There are some hard enemies in here. It has some weak stuff like the gas bags that no one really cares about. It does have some more of the Lancer enemies that are very strong. And the gas bags you can expel here. Pretty high reliability. It's got some mermen on the lower floors that could be pretty dangerous. Although again, they are expellable. Metal slimes can show up here. A good place to earn a little bit more experience. And yeah, so normally it's not too bad. However, Error's like, oh, thank God they didn't see me. Error has been having very bad luck in the Waterfall Cave over the last few months. He has been dying here way more than in the Volcano in recent runs. And you just need to survive. Like, you just need to get to the end. There are a couple treasure chests you need, and then you can death warp out. Like, you're not really here for experience points. Again, there's no boss at the end that you're worried about, so use whatever resources you have. Just make it through.
Well,
Gas
cave is
bag
kind of
can-
just a sideways volcano, right?
Yeah, kinda. And like, instead of water, it's leaking, or instead of lava, it's leaking water out,
Yeah.
dripping down the waterfall. So I mentioned earlier the play to defend and use increase that Error just did there against those Lancers. Another useful spell that Slalom gets. Slalom gets some really good stuff. He gets Expel, he gets Increase. You'll get one or two more very useful spells later on in the run. There is an alternate route that is a faster route. It's like the world record route that skips the Zenithian sword. And Mermen are using Sap on Error here. They'll only hit one. Unfortunately, they were split into two groups. Anyway, there is an alternate route that skips the Zenithian sword, and as a result, gets a lot less experience points because you don't go into Santa Rosa Cave at all. You don't get any metal slimes there. You do the Volcano with low level, and one of the major impacts of that route is that Slalom never really gets enough experience points and wisdom for quite a while to be a productive member of the party. So, I don't remember if you skip Slalom altogether or if you still get him, but I assume you still get him, but yeah, for this part of the run, he's just not useful for things like Bell and Increase because he doesn't have enough experience points to do them. It is not a very safe route. Bunch of metal slimes from Oko. And they're gone. Both runners making pretty good progress here through the Waterfall Cave, though. That chest that they were picking up there is the Robe of Serenity. I don't know good about that.
If you leave Bianca in your team in this version, does she keep talking to you like in DS?
I'm not sure.
Pretty sure she just stops and party chats automatically on DS, but I could be making that up too.
Audio's 2 seconds early. I mean, there's nothing I can really do about that. I think we're both just watching their streams.
Yeah. Look, avoid again. Did that a second ago.
There has been a little bit of buffering on a couple of the runners that might have thrown things off. So Air's coming up to the end of this cave here. About to get the water ring. He was unequipping some stuff to set up for a death warp. There is a chest right outside here, kind of in the water, that's got a bunch of gold you'd like to get before the death warp. And this is another spot where if you had level 14, you'd be able to cast outside. but sadly Era just didn't get enough experience points for it, and it's not worth like trying to grind for it here or anything. This Death Warp is still, an expected part of the route. Only really good runs will be able to cast outside here. Well, good or bad runs, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, if you spend an hour and a half looking for Pierre, you can probably cast it.
Yeah, maybe. And both runners Death Warp around the same time. Alright, so once they revive, they're gonna go show Ludman the 2 rings, prove that we've completed the challenge. And Bianca's gonna show up. And, well, she's with us, I guess, so, she's just here. And we'll explain that, like, Bianca's our childhood friend and all that. And then we're given the choice. I don't know why, like, Ludman is the one deciding who we get to marry now. Ludman will give us the choice of we either get to marry Flora or we get to marry Bianca. This all seems very sudden, but you're given the choice of which character to marry. For the speedrun route, it's going to be Flora for SFC, pretty much always. With Flora, the wife themselves is not like a useful party member, a useful long-term party member. Flora does have some healing ability that she can occasionally use outside of combat in a couple of dungeons, but mostly it's the point where during the next section of the run when they're walking to Grand Vania, Flora is able to automatically revive and also you get a free water flying clothes, which is, as most Dragon Quest games, it's a very useful defensive item. And also it means that your children have blue hair, which is kind of the most important part.
Yes. Mario, you're the one that routed out the Deb route, so if you want to see her, you gotta submit to the next year's marathon.
Yeah, in the DS version, so there are 3 versions of this game. There's the Super Famicom version. Well, I guess technically 4. There's the Super Famicom version. There's the PlayStation 2 version, which was Japanese only, which was like a full like remake. And then there's the DS version, which is kind of like a port of the PS2 version, but also adds in a couple of new things, such as another daughter, Deb, that you are allowed to marry if you so choose to. And Deb is very rude and abrasive and nobody wants to marry her, except Purple Mario 920.
Mario, you said you were busy this year before I even picked the date, so I'd say the odds are high.
So before the wedding ceremony here, the dad asks to, because we need to go get the veil for the wedding. So, gotta go back over to this little mountain village where Bianca was and talk to the dwarf for the silk veil. You can also choose to, if you have got some money, sort of preemptively stock up on some full moon herbs. It'll be useful for one particular fight later, assuming you remember to actually trade them. Not that anyone's ever forgotten that. Yeah, Moko's gonna buy some. So is there. Yeah, Bianca's sort of, I think, the like the canon marriage choice, a childhood friend, and a lot of people like her for that reason. I also think that Bianca's sprite is just better than Flora's sprite. I like the blue hair more, but I think Bianca's got a better looking sprite, more like detailed. Bianca tends to use like fire magic, more offensive fire magic if you choose to play with her, whereas Flora takes more of like a supporting healing kind of role. In the remake version, so in the PlayStation 2 version, both choices are pretty viable for comparison. The Bianca is like generally thought to be a little bit faster, but also a lot riskier. There's a big like marriage scene on the boat and everything with Flora, so the marriage itself takes a long time.
The casino boat.
We'll see if Era says no to this at all. He likes to do that sometimes just as a meme. If you say like no, okay, he didn't. If you say no to like, do you say I do, all that stuff, it rapid fires the no. So if you're turboing B, it's like bleep, 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 bleep. Really, really fast. Sadly, he did not. The two lovebirds give each other a little peck because they barely know each other. They just met like 20 minutes ago. But they're already married, so guess we move on now.
Yeah.
So Flora joins the party here, but kind of as I mentioned, she's not really like a full party member. You don't have direct control over her in battle. I don't think. Maybe you do. I don't know. She acts kind of weirdly. Again, she automatically revives in these segments. Anyway. Before we set off on the next adventure, Ludwig's going to give us a quick task. So, his family, he and like this family is in charge of guarding this pot. It's in this little shrine off to the west here. And he says he wants you to go check on it to see what color it is before we sail off. And that'll be important later. For now, it's just going to be blue. It's going to be non-threatening. Yeah, I don't know about any memes. Sorry. Even when I'm told about the memes, I do them wrong. So now is sort of a marriage present here. Ludman gives you the treasure chests here, which contain 2,000 gold and the Zenithian shield. And Gunotate. My notes have those backwards. My notes say the right chest. The Zenithian shield is also an item that's like the sword, meant to be used by the legendary hero, which is still not us. And then in addition to those, we're also given a boat. Just gotta go over to Port Selmy to pick it up. Get your boats ready. I can do boat memes, vaguely. How he doesn't like boat memes, though.
Oh yeah, Dragon Quest Ocean Encounter. Both of them.
Yep. You do get one or two here. This is really like the only part of sailing. Well, I guess there's some sailing in there's a bit of sailing in Gen 3. This is really the only part of sailing in Gen 2 though. I don't really remember what the game tells you in terms of like where to go if you're still just kind of left to explore and figure out where to go next now that you have access to the boat. Look for areas you can get to. I don't remember what the impetus for anything you're doing is besides the continued quest to like potentially find your mom and or find the legendary hero.
Yeah. I know you can optionally go to the desert town that is the Zenithian helmet, but I don't know if you can really do anything there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's a little like woodsman hut kind of in place here that becomes a return point. Ned's Inn. And then yeah, you kind of get this mountain path to work your way through. There'll be a town in the middle of Chizad, but this mountain path here is where it makes a big difference having Flora rather than Bianca. So again, I mentioned Flora kind of auto-revives here if she dies, and that gives you a lot more survivability to make it through this path. There are some really scary enemies. These duck kites can put you to sleep. Those like weird wizard guys with the seashell hat can, I think they get like maybe like the Staff of Thunder or something along those lines. Like they can do some pretty decent damage. In general, it's going to be just Flora running away alone in most cases. But if you're running away from duck kites, for example, you often want to have multiple characters out, so that way if you get put to sleep, you don't get chain put to sleep. Era's just kind of winging it with just Flora, but it is another viable option. Looks like Era is coming over here to the side path. This treasure chest has a prayer ring. It's an optional pickup. It's not actually usually picked up that commonly, but it is a very low effort safety. Doesn't take very long to get it, so. Begirama, that's what they have, not the Thunderstaff. Firebane. So there's also a chest Mocha's already picked up. That error is going to be coming up on in just a moment here. With this guard. He's like, oh yeah, your dad sent this for you. And this is where you get that water flying clothes that I mentioned. In the remake, I think the water flying clothes are in like the second half of this walk, and I think you can get them regardless of who you married. You do get more stuff for marrying Flora. You do get like some sellable items, but I think the water flying clothes you get either way. Could be wrong on that.
I'm not positive, but I am pretty sure that if you pick Deb, you get the same items as Flora.
Oh, I mean, that's probably true. I was thinking between Bianca, though, and one of the daughters.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of encounters in this cave. It's actually like a pretty sloggy segment of the run. You're kind of just running from stuff and not even really getting much treasure. You're not really doing any encounter handling here for most parts. Alright, Moko has made it to Chizan. It was on the last screen. Moko's made it here, and Flora faints. Be carried off to the inn. Been a lot of stress. And I don't remember if it's here where you find out, but basically the reasoning is that she's pregnant. So
Parasites? Oh no.
Basically. So yeah, between being pregnant and doing all this hiking, it's put a lot of strain on her. It's really funny to think of like the time scale of everything that happens in the speedrun. It's like you just kind of met her half an hour ago in real time, and she's already pregnant enough to be like fainting and having spells. And I could do a little bit of shopping here. Grab a sleep sword for Pierre. The sleep isn't really particularly useful on the sleep sword, but it's still just kind of the best weapon that Pierre can have at the time. Kind of similar to the Dragon Quest 6 run last night. The sleep sword was kind of used for like 1 or 2 fights. It's some very minor potential utility in one fight, and it's just sold later on. Alright, so second part of the cave here, heading towards Kingdom of Granvania. A couple items to pick up along the way. Rogue armor and a leaf of the world tree. I think this is the first leaf that you pick up in the run. There are also some optional items that you can pick up. There's I think it's a wind staff that you can sell later. Some gold. Stuff like that. So there's a couple optional pickups here. We'll see if either of the runners get them. Rogue armor. And the world leaf for Moko. This is the first part of the run where liquid metal slimes can appear. They're pretty rare, and you don't really have any good way of killing them. So I don't want to say they're like a waste of time to fight, because if you do get them, you get, a huge XP boost that can kind of speed you through the rest of this gen and the start of Gen 3. It does mean that Flora would get a lot of XP and level ups that are not useful. What slime? A metal babble. Metal bubble slime. Oh, speaking of, here's gonna go for it. Duck around for a couple turns at least. Unsurprisingly, though, Did not get the kill. Moko doing the swag grab of the money in that chest while you're half hanging off the ledge. Chest there had a stone of life in it. I don't really know if that's like... I don't remember where that's actually useful. Where enemies can cast instant death on you. I don't really remember. I know they exist, but... Yeah, so both runners skipped the optional Staff of Punishment. So the stairs that were to the right on that room that had the 1600 gold chest lead to sort of like a trick room, like a hidden wall with the Staff of Punishment in it, which is just kind of some extra safety gold that neither runner choose to get. Perfectly fine. Moko's now in Granvania, where you find Sancho. So this is where your dad was from. That your dad was the king of Granvania. And now that you're here, maybe there's a chance you get to be king too.
Oh boy.
What everybody loves in RPGs is becoming king. The best part of Dragon Quest III is when you get to be king of Romilly, right?
No, because they don't let you gamble anymore.
Oh, that's true. The runner's making sure to take the important stuff off of Flora before coming into town. Flora will be forcibly leaving the party here, so gotta make sure to grab her stuff before she goes away. Otherwise, it's kind of just stuck on her. Some of it's pretty valuable to sell. I think it's just usable. You know, water ring, water flying clothes. I guess it's mostly usable. If she picked up stuff in the on the walk, like the rogue armor and stuff, though, that is sellable. Anyway, Flora's now going to stay here and rest up. Won't be coming along with us while she's pregnant. Can't risk the kids.
You gotta get those things out of her.
Yep. The right dresser here in the bedroom has a lace bustier. It's what Error just picked up. Be a valuable item to sell. Mocha's going over to this little hidden, like, treasury kind of room. Kind of, like, you don't even realize it's there, really, unless you're just bonking into walls. But you get the Hat of Happiness, the Naughty Underwear, and the prayer ring. Pretty valuable stuff. The underwear sells well. Lachlan will get a little bit of use out of the out of happiness. And then, yeah, there's a big shop coming up here. So the shopping here is, I don't say it's complicated, but there's a lot that you're selling and a lot that you're buying. Inventory management becomes kind of important here. There are a couple of also different shopping routes that you can do. But the main benefit, or the main point here, is at this item shop that Moko's at, you're able to start buying fighter hair, which is like the equivalent of oomph powder from the modern games. So it's an item that you can use to cast by kill in combat, and anybody can use it, and anybody can use it on anybody else. You can target other people with it, and you can just buy it in the store. So some games you need to grind for by kill, some games you don't get it till later. DQ6, you get it with the legendary sword. In this game, you buy it at the shop, but they're kind of pricey, and you want a whole lot of them. So at this point in the run, usually you pick up like 7 or 8. I'll be getting a little bit more later too. And then also doing a little bit of armor shopping. So Fujin no Tate, the wind shield, tempest shield. Buying a couple of those. And I did not see what, if anything, Mocha bought for armor. You can buy things like a dragon mail here. I think there's like a platinum mail or something you can get if you don't have enough for the dragon mail. Mocha's doing a little bit of selling still, so probably going for the dragon mail. Silver mail is what my notes say is the backup. Yeah, silver mail. Okay, that's what Mocha got. That's where cases like that, that extra backup staff that I mentioned in the road to Granvania can come in handy. Is it can cut down on how much like little stuff you have to sell here in order to afford gear, and it can let you get the better armor. They were choosing to do all of the selling at once and then all of the buying, rather than Moko, who was kind of like splitting it up and doing a little bit here and there. Those expel shields that, or the tempest shields that they picked up can be used to expel enemies in combat. So just like Slalom can do as a spell, they now, Hero and Pierre can now do that by using an item. That'll be very useful for handling some random encounters. Moko using return. Looks like she's going to go take a safety save. Nope, not a safety save. Oh, she got cursed. Gonna go kill a curse. Okay. I don't see that very often. I am not sure that I've ever actually been cursed in this game. But those little helmet enemies can use a curse on you, which can lower your HP or MP while you're taking steps similar to poison. That would happen to Moko pretty early, so I'm gonna go cure it and come back.
It's kind of rare in the series. It's not like how curses usually work in the series where they're tied to equipment that gets stuck to you. It's just like monsters can apply curses to you.
Yep. And yeah, anyway, so like I was mentioning when we got to the town, you're the son of Papas, who was the king of the town, so you're eligible to become king. But in order to become king, you need to go to the Cave of Trials over here and come back with a royal token.
An Argon heart.
Yep.
You recycle so many plots in these games.
That's all DQ12 is going to be. Is just going to be like one plot point from each Dragon Quest game. And 3 songs from each Dragon Quest game. And not have anything unique of its own.
That was already 11. 11 already did all those things.
Yep.
There was Birdsong Tower and everything.
It was a grotto.
Wasn't it a
Yes.
Songbird Tower or something? Maybe it was a grotto.
Well, the nectar was in the grotto.
Oh, okay. Completely different quest then.
Yeah. Little puzzle here where Moko's having a little trouble with that boulder. Where you got to push the boulder up to kind of keep you in place while you open the floodgates.
Shoving things in Dragon Quest is never a pain.
Now, if you think that one's bad, wait until the tower coming up soon. Yaiba no Yoroi, the blade armor. So, typical DQ fashion. Reflects some damage back from physical attacks. Pretty useful item for adding in some extra chip damage. And has pretty good defense power.
I need to stop looking at Mokoboyd's VTuber avatar. She's fallen asleep, and now I'm falling asleep.
Oh no. Bottom floor, you gotta examine the broken pedestal, the one that looks different.
Both rumbling.
Yeah, Canadian Uncle Sam. So this is the Chunsoft relay. So it's 2 through 5. It was originally going to include DQ1 also until that got made into kind of like an open, big, fun final race like we used to do quite a few years ago in these marathons. So it's all the games that are developed by Chunsoft, and they will not all be the same versions necessarily of the games. I don't think. I think DQ2, Samdina will be playing Super Famicom, and Anatola will be playing the NES version, but they are both Chunsoft games. They are both eligible.
DQ3 also will be Famicom on the Shido side and NES on the Zoma side.
Oh, yeah. So, it should be an interesting relay race. So after acquiring the token, the thief Kandar comes to try to steal it from you, along with his friend, the Hippo. This Hippo doesn't really do anything, the shield Hippo. It can protect Kandar and like absorb hits for him, I think. But kind of just sits there and doesn't really do much. And Kandar himself is not really very scary. Kandar does have a low chance to crit, maybe like a 1 in 48 or something like that. But it doesn't really happen very often. And then the shield Hippo can be expelled once Kandar is dead. Looks like Slalin did end up dying on Moko's side. No big deal. I didn't see if Error got level 14 off of that. This is a very nice place to get level 14. Doesn't look like it. Yeah. You can save yourself having to walk back out of, nope, level 13 still. If you get 14, you can save yourself having to still walk your way back out of this dungeon. I mean, you don't need to do many of the puzzles. There is the one with the 4 doors that you'll have to Error fighting the orcs that try to vivify each other. Thankfully, they're failing. Vivify's horrible success rate coming in the player's favor for once. I bet Error was hoping to just push himself over the line to level 14 off that fight. It's kind of one thing. Yeah, he's taking more fights here too. It's kind of one thing that Error's tried to incorporate into his more recent routing, is fighting more random enemies. And sometimes that just means encounter handling with Expel and similar things. But other times it means actually fighting for experience points, getting a little bit of chip XP here and there, which can be slower. but it can also add up to be a benefit over the course of the run if you do get outside earlier or something like that. Moko's gotten a bit of a lead through this segment. Nothing major, just like a little bit better encounter luck, a little bit crisper shopping and battle menuing. Era did take the time to try to fight that liquid metal slime. You know, it's normal ebb and flow stuff. Wake up, Cowie.
Okay. Now you get to be king now.
Yep. I'm gonna go check on Flora first, though. See how she's doing.
Fine.
And now she's even more fine, because now you have a beautiful pair of twins.
Two of them.
Yep, a boy and a girl.
And one Pierre Jr. and one Slalom Jr.
The first time I played DQ5, I named one of them Orochi and one of them Baramos.
Oh, there you go.
The Dragon Quest games in general are not really linked together. 1 through 3 are kind of loosely tied as being in the same world, taking place hundreds of years apart from each other, about 100 years apart from each other. But, and there are quite a few references, commonly referred to as the Roto trilogy. 4 through 6, like, are sometimes referred to as the Zenithian trilogy, but really the only thing they have in common is Zenithia and the Zenithian Tower and like the way the legendary equipment works. That's really it. I guess 11 gets kind of loosely tied into the Roto series also. But so they're like more connected than Final Fantasy games are, but they can all very easily be played independently and you won't really be missing anything at all.
DQ3 was a book in 11. If it's canon to 11, the real world's canon to DQ3 too. Right? You don't know. You don't know if that book was fiction or non-fiction. It could just be fiction.
And you also get the rise and shine. It's time for a very special day.
Yeah. Or I have it backwards. 11 was a book in 3's world. The stinger at the end, yeah. It's really weird with all the DQ3 references in 11.
Well, I said it's loosely connected. There are a lot of like repeated themes. You know, we were talking about this earlier about how a lot of the plot points are kind of repeated and reused between different games.
Yeah.
You know, orb collection, for example, is a common theme. Like you do it in DQ3, you do it in DQ8, you do it in DQ11.
I forgot about the DQ8 post-game fan service where Ramia says, I came from another world where I was named Ramia. Like, oh, it's canon to DQ3.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking about the orb collection.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there are a lot of like similarities and a lot of like plot points that get reused or reinterpreted. But so anyway, you now that we're king, There's like this big celebration. We got 2 new kids. We're the king, and we all kind of get drugged and fall asleep during the party.
And our wife leaves us.
Then we go to investigate, and we find that these flying shoes are hidden out in this one bedroom. Yep, floor is missing. Flying shoes were used from Dragon Quest IV. And they will lead us to the Demon Tower.
We're neck and neck again. I think Team Shido is lowballing their estimates. I think Error estimated 30 minutes over Mokopoid, and it's been neck and neck this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say 2 things. One is that there's a lot of RNG in this game. And the second is that, much like Dragon Warrior 4, where Chapter 5...
The same fight on the same tile!
This one is guaranteed. This is a mini-boss. This just happens.
Okay.
And look, Moko died on Moko's screen. The hero's dead. That's gonna give Error an advantage.
Oh, okay. That's the opposite of what's supposed to happen. What's the point in the other 19 hours of this relay?
Yep.
Clearly already over.
So there is, if you wipe out in the tower, there is a, like a basement that will auto-revive you, but looks like Moko's just going back to town and taking the auto-revive here. It's actually an interesting approach. I was expecting Moko to actually just use the shoes immediately, because the little shrine that it drops you off right next to when you use the shoes here is actually a church. I was expecting her to go in and revive there, but I guess that auto-revive was actually just a little bit faster. Saves you from the menu and everything. So this floor that Error's on is kind of cool. There's like a spike that come up through the floor, and you're supposed to take like a certain path through it. But if you actually hold a diagonal, if you're like holding up or down while you're moving left or right, it will it'll kind of like supersede. It'll try to like look above or below you because you're holding up or down, but it will allow you to continue moving left or right without triggering the spikes, so you can kind of just walk directly through them and skip that whole room.
Yeah, the DS version calls it Nightmare Tower because of the asinine chess references. Error's notes say Demon Tower. I don't know if I fully trust his notes after the Haunted Castle incident, but Demon Tower sounds cool. Go with that.
What was the Haunted Castle incident?
He just called it Haunted Castle, and I had to remember what its actual name was.
Lenoir?
Because I didn't want to say the DS name, yeah.
Yeah.
Now the Spike Room.
It's named Renoir after the character from Expedition 33.
Yeah, I think that's how that happened.
Yep. Oh no, Moko messed up.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so now Error is on the screen with these like little flame jet things. And
Listeners call them Bowser heads. That's probably canon.
I mentioned earlier that about like pushing boulders being kind of janky. If you push into a boulder from like the left or the right, there's just kind of a 50-50 chance whether it moves up or down. And the idea is that you're supposed to use the boulders to block the flame jets, because those flames will do a ton of damage if you walk into them. They really, really hurt. Circling back real quick to what I was saying a minute ago, though, was much like Dragon Warrior 4, where like Chapter 5 is the real game, Gen 3 in this is kind of the real game. You're doing a lot more encounter handling, you're doing more complicated boss fights, things like that. So it is a case where like there's a lot bigger difference in Gen 3 than there is in the rest of the game. From like a routing / execution standpoint. Okay, so here Error is trying to push this boulder in front of the flamehead, and then walk into it from the right to get it to move down to block the next one. And he missed the 50-50 the first time, because Error always misses 50-50s the first time. But yeah, no real problem. Last but the little mini fight. This is kind of probably the more annoying one. I mean, you just kind of expel them, but if it fails, these guys can be a little bit trolling. And summon some Cure Slimes like that too. Put up into multiple groups. A little bit more resistant. He's got two characters confused right now. Pierre and Hero are both confused. This Duckite is, or Balloon, I guess as this one's called. Resisted quite a few expels. Moko also missed the 50-50 boulder push. Once. Got on the second try. That was some interesting movement Moko just did. She was like overlapping the boulder there at the end. It was like a half tile off from where you normally walk through there. That's interesting. I wonder if that just works, or if there's some like movement technique, like the diagonals from earlier in the spike room. I wonder if there's something like that that lets you get an extra half step in that room. I know I'm making a big deal about a half step, but it's interesting. And the last switch here. These switches all like open up various doors and other paths through the tower. And at the top of the tower here, there's a couple mini bosses. So Error's fighting the first one. Orc level 20 or Pork level 20.
Okay, I was gonna ask.
Yeah. We'll say Error's fighting the Orc and Moko's fighting the Pork.
There we go.
So this is where the fighter hair starts getting some use that they bought in Granvania to buff up their attack to kill these guys. This Orc has 950 HP. Quite a bit. And Slalom will use Increase to buff up their defense, and, you know, he doesn't really do a whole lot with Increase, and he'll die pretty quickly with double fighter hair. And then on the left side of this top of this tower here will be a Chimera level 35, which has 800 hit points, and he can do some magic, some area of effect attacks. He's also pretty easy. He can do Firebane and Snowstorm though, so the hero can opt to use the Zenithian shield as an item. Even though he's not equipping it, he can still use it as an item in combat to use the bounce spell. But otherwise, this fight just needs a little bit more healing. And yeah, pretty much what the Ultima Tome said. Dragon Quest was always called Dragon Quest in Japan, but was called Dragon Warrior for a number of years in the West due to some copyright reasons. Whether or not that would have been actually enforced or not, you know, who can say, but that was the choice at the time.
And the question about Chunsoft, I believe the last one Chunsoft did was the DQ1 and 2 on Super Famicom, but they did like from the first Dragon Quest on the Famicom all the way up through the remake of 1 and 2, and then I think a different developer started for 6 and 3 remake.
Right. So both of the mini bosses are dead for both runners. They are back to being pretty much tied. And now it's going to be time for Jami. So we also found Flora. Jami had kidnapped her, holding her hostage. You remember back at the end of Gen 1, Jami was one of the goons of Gemma that was attacking Pappas in the ancient ruins. So Jami has a barrier that goes down when Hero gets under half HP.
Hero is under half.
What's that?
Hero is under half.
It is, and Hero actually gets recovered when it happens too.
Oh, okay.
So it's not really a big deal. And Hero will use the Z shield to put bounce up. And then the only thing that's really threatening from Jami now is that cold breath that he just did, going into Fubuki. But Hero can kind of just heal himself through it, and otherwise you're just kind of damaging him down. He's got 820 HP. But, as long as nothing goes weird before the barrier drops, like if he targets other characters down or whatever, things can be a little weird, but in general, this fight is usually pretty trivial. It's a weird fight. Like, I don't know. It's one of those fights that, like, never really feels good. Whatever's happening just, I don't know, it's always a little weird, and the way you're executing it's weird, and characters are dying, and it, like, kind of doesn't matter, and I don't know. I always find this fight, like, somewhat bizarre.
Alright. Like, still neck and neck entering Gen 3.
Yep.
This is like a 6.5 minute cutscene here, so the runners are gonna get a break.
Yep, if chat needs to run any errands, use the bathroom, grab a snack, whatever. There's not really much to talk about.
Porgy.
There's not really much to talk about. Who?
Porgy. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that name.
That's for the better.
I think Dragon Warrior makes a lot of sense as a name if you look in context of Dragon Warrior 1, right? Where, like, you are the warrior who is set out to defeat the Dragon Lord. I definitely think that, like, it's a little bit more questionable when you go to the next games, but if you're looking at it just in context of the series starting, I think Dragon Warrior is a fine name.
And there's no dragon you're going after in Dragon Quest 2, and Final Fantasy 2 wasn't their last Final Fantasy game, so... Sometimes the series didn't make sense after the first game.
Yeah.
I don't like the DS versions, they're just burnt into my skull and I can't forget them.
Yeah, Cowie's watched a lot of Dragon Quest speedrunning back when Purple Mario 920 and High Spirits used to run those games.
Yeah, it's your fault, Mario. What he's saying.
That's
You should
kind of
stream
what I'm
more.
saying.
If you stream more, I would know even more DS names.
I've played DQ5 and 6 DS casually. I've never beaten DQ4 DS. I've only done chapters 1 and 2. Kind of enough. I've watched Clear Tonic play that often enough. I get it. Mostly I don't really like playing on the DS. Honestly, that's probably more of an issue than anything else.
Yeah.
But I think all the games just have versions that are, well, more fun to me, at least more fun in a speedrun context. Like, DQ4, I really like the PlayStation version. DQ5 and 6, I like the Super Famicom versions. And the DS versions are great. If you're going to play them casually, they're absolutely fine versions to play.
Yeah, it's a lot trickier if you don't want to do an RPG speedrun in Japanese, because then you've got to pick between, like if you want a modern game, you might be stuck playing the DS version, and then you either have to hold a DS the whole time or emulate.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, if you're playing on DS, you have to figure out capture for your DS.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's things like RNG manipulations in those versions and stuff like that, which are not mandatory. Well, some people will say the one for Dragon Quest 6 is mandatory, but they are, like, parts of the more common route. And if you don't get turbo controllers or, like, no brakes or anything in those versions. You can play the Super Famicom games. They all have English translation patches. 1, 2, 1 and 2, 5, 6, and 3. They all have English patches. The patches are generally really good. The only exception is Dragon Quest 2 Super Famicom is has some pretty major game-breaking bugs on the English patch. There are a couple minor differences in some of the versions. Dragon Quest 6 has a soft lock that's possible, very avoidable, but that's possible on the English patch.
Yeah, don't press B while equipping stuff.
Yeah. And in general, the 5 and 6 are both just a lot slower on the English patch. Probably an hour slower. There's just a lot of dialogue in both games. The text renders a lot more slowly. But if anybody wants to play them casually, it's not a big deal. And even if you want to speedrun them, you're willing to put in an extra hour to the run or whatever, the English patches are both very speedrunnable. The only person I know that's done, I don't know anyone who's speedrun the 5 English patch. Cleartonic has done the DQ6 English patch. And a bunch of us have played the DQ3 English patch from time to time. But I don't think there's leaderboards for them or anything. I know at one point we had talked about adding leaderboards for DQ3 at least, but I don't think it ever got added. But anyway, the softlock in DQ6, there's a bug on the English patch, the English translation patch for the Super Famicom version, where if you're in certain the equip menu, I think it is, and you press B to back out of it, the game will just hang. I don't know if there's one specific place that it happens. I don't know if it's backing completely out of the equip menu, or if it's even just going back one step, or if it's the combat equip menu or the out of combat equip menu. I don't really remember the details, but there is a soft lock that sometimes happens there. So this long cutscene is now finished. Basically, the hero and the wife got turned to stone, and hero sat in a lawn for a few years, and then
really creepy guy took your petrified wife home with him.
Yep. And then Sancho and your kid showed up, and one of the kids bonked you with an anti-magic staff and got rid of your stone, so you're back. I think it's 6 years or something that goes by?
I don't know, 6 or 8.
Yeah, it could be 8. So, anyway, you got the kids with you now. They're part of your party members. Part of your team.
Yeah, they're old enough to go fight the Demon Lord.
And here's where you find out, if you start trading around some of the legendary equipment, that your son, is actually the legendary hero. He can equip the gear.
Yeah, I think he mentions it in one of the dialogues, actually, when he introduces himself.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, because I think he might be equipped with one by default. Maybe not, but I don't know. Are any of the pieces like required for you to have? I don't know if you can just walk away without picking up the shield.
I think you can.
Or maybe that dialogue's specific to if you have one of them, I don't know.
But yeah, spoiler alert, but the hero's gonna, or the actual hero, the sun, is going to be used for this upcoming fight that Era's walking up to right now, and nothing else. So there's this little Kandar henchman. It's just like chilling out next to Reinhardt Castle for some reason. And you kind of just stop spell him and beat him up.
You probably don't even take the 3 steps out of your way to get the armor.
You do. This armor is actually very important.
Oh, okay.
It's fine if the sun dies to this fight, and then it's fine if you just never revive him ever. Legendary Hero gets a little bit more use in the remake runs, I think. But not in this one. Alright, so that is the Demon Armor. The Demon Armor has the very important property of setting the equipped character's agility to 0. It is a cursed piece of equipment, so it cannot be removed without decursing, which I think in this game loses the item. But that's fine. It's going to sit on Sancho for the rest of the game. And Sancho will now have 0 agility. I'm going to get a little technical for a minute, which is about how turn order works in this game. So turn order in Dragon Quest is notoriously unreliable, but this game actually has probably the most reliable turn order of most Dragon Quest games. So you take your agility value, and your initiative for your given turn is simply a range of 75 to 100% of that value. And then it's sort of just, you know, sorted top down. There is a weird, like, technicality where if 2 characters tie on agility, it skips some of the comparison checks rather than finishing the sort algorithm. And what that can lead to is if you have a corpse in your party in particular, a dead character, their agility is 0, and Sancho's agility is also 0. So if Sancho is out at the same time as a dead party member, Sancho will always act first because it compares their agility, realizes that they're tied, and shortcuts the rest of the sort. That's really that's the main, like, relevant point for where you can abuse that mechanic. It doesn't really get a whole lot of use, and in some cases it can actually be a detriment if you have a dead party member and you're expecting Sancho to go last. You can end up causing yourself problems with that. But the main point is that because of the narrow range of agility values, so like if you compare to like Dragon Quest 3, you can have a character with 0 agility technically outspeed a character with 250 agility on any given turn. It's an astronomically low chance, but it can happen. In this game, that cannot happen. Right? If you have a character with 0 agility, they are going last. Unless the enemy has like 1 or 2 agility. Maybe even only 1 agility, honestly. So it becomes very reliable from a turn order standpoint to have Sancho have that armor equipped. And there will be cases, like the daughter in particular is very fast. And there will be a lot of cases in this run where the daughter will be guaranteed to outspeed enemies because of that narrow window. So, anyway, the you're kind of just at this point looking for, trying to find your wife, right? The mom of the kids, Laura. She's a stone statue somewhere in the world, and you want to recover her and cure her petrification, but you have no idea where she might be. It's time to sort of explore the world and see what we can find. First step is to go through this sea cave. We'll see that sea cave again later. The sea cave is pretty easy. There are some really trolly fights, like the big man-o-war fight that I saw on one of their screens a minute ago. But you're not really likely to die in here. And then you get to the town of Elhaven. And there are two very important key items that exist here in Elhaven. This town is really confusing. I kind of like what they did with this town in like the remake version, where it's kind of on like the side of a mountain. The Super Famicom version of this town is really cool, but it is so confusing because it's got like multiple levels. But when you flatten them all out onto like a top-down 2D perspective, it's really hard to navigate.
Yeah, this is the town I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the fact that this engine allows you to walk on different layers, and there's a couple of dungeons and towns where they really make a heavy use of that just to show off.
Yep. So the first item that Moko picked up there was the magic carpet, which is, again, one of the common vehicles in a lot of DQ games that lets you go over like water and shoals and grass, but does not usually let you go over forest or mountains or other major barriers. Think of it kind of like the chocobo from Final Fantasy V almost. I don't know. Not exactly like that, but... And then the second item is the magic key, which, as normal, opens a bunch of locked doors.
Sounds like that magic carpet would get you just about anywhere unless they planted a bunch of trees around water and then another island inside that.
I don't think they would ever do that.
That definitely doesn't happen in every game that has a magic carpet.
I think they do a pretty good job, though, of making the world map design look believable when they do that.
Yeah.
It's obviously a bit contrived when you think about it, but I think playing it, you don't even really notice things like that too much.
Can I just give my hammerhead an axe and have him clear out some trees and then we just carpet on through? Or Sancho, give him the demon axe?
Probably takes less time than carrying a pair of twins to term.
Yeah.
So, second big Granvania shop, which is buying more fighter hair, primarily, and then also a couple extra pieces of equipment. It's very important here. You see Era doing right now. It's very important to revive Slalom. It's very easy to forget to revive Slalom. But it's very important that he gets experience in the wagon for some of these next segments. And you also use him in a couple areas to, continue to expel enemies and use increase. But there are a couple parts in the run where you have a character dead for quite a while, and you can easily sort of forget about them because you're not using them actively. And then you realize that they've missed out on a bunch of experience points or whatever else along the way, and then it kind of throws a wrench into your expected encounter handling or boss strategy or whatever.
And don't all your characters not even get healed during the big time skip? So like if they're poisoned before the time skip, they're still poisoned 8 years later?
I actually don't know. I could definitely believe that, though.
Popping.
Moko's done with the shopping. Era is only 30 seconds or so behind. Then we get the first use of the magic carpet. So the magic carpet, I believe, would be on the daughter? I don't know. You'll use the magic carpet a lot, and you use it from like a character's inventory. So having the magic carpet in a consistent place so it's easily able to be menued quickly and consistently is like actually pretty important in this run. It's with a lot of Dragon Quest runs. I talked about it a little bit during the DQ6 run also. You use a fair bit of items in this run. You use the magic carpet outside of combat. You use things like fighter hair and a couple of usable like equipment type items in combat, like those expel shields, for example, the Zenithian equipment, for example. And being able to menu those, like know exactly what they're going to be, to menu them quickly and reliably in combat or out of combat, as the case may be, is actually like a huge part of being like fast and efficient in this speedrun. Really just can't overstate, right, how much it matters to have your inventory in the way that you expect. We're gonna ignore error screen, Metal Babble that ran away. He did a couple damage to it though. They've been showing up for him. I'm sure he's laughing to himself about it because, you know, obviously it's something that it's in this run you don't grind for them, you never expect to get one, but they are very nice when you do get them. And yeah, I'm sure he's laughing to himself about seeing two of them and having both stick around for a turn or two, but no kills. Moko's dealing with the Lancer enemies that are, as Error always likes to say, any place they show up, they're the worst thing that can appear in that area. Got Moko's hero. So this is Zenithian Tower, if that wasn't clear. Looks vaguely similar to the Zenithian Tower from Dragon Quest IV. It's not precisely the same, but it looks pretty similar, except it's obviously all busted. Top of the tower is actually shorn off completely. Does not go all the way up to Zenithia.
I'm partly inferring this from what the notes say are in here, but I think Moko picked up the optional world leaf and Error did not, so I think that's what closed the gap a little bit here.
Oh, maybe.
I saw Moko get a chest, I didn't see what was in it, but notes mention a leaf.
Moko definitely picked up the world leaf, yes.
Okay.
I did not really pay attention to whether Error did, but I think you're right that he did not. But yeah, Moko definitely picked it up. So at the top of the tower, or the top before the stairs are shorn off, there's a treasure chest here with the magma staff, which will have a pretty similar effect to the magma staff in Dragon Warrior 4, where it's used to gain access to an area.
Probably doesn't have a better animation than Dragon Warrior 4, though. Let's see.
Let's see it.
No, it's actually pretty much on par, yeah.
It's maybe a little better.
No magma, just the sounds break. I put a little more effort into it in the remakes.
Yeah.
At least 4's remake, I don't know what it looks like on DS5.
I'm not sure either off the top of my head. So this is the Taraka mine. This cave is actually like pretty interesting and pretty technical. I'm actually going to be curious to see if Error continues through or if he backs out, because he is still very early in this cave, and Slalin is already dead. And having Slalin's ability to both expel and cast increase is actually extremely beneficial. Okay, he's turning around, yeah. I'm not surprised by that at all. It's extremely beneficial to handling a lot of the encounters in this area. Could also be a case of like, you know, you don't want to forget that Slalin is there, dead, not earning experience points. Like he'll need to be revived at some point anyway. But going through this whole cave without Slalin alive would be very sketchy. I think walking out to revive is absolutely the right choice. So this is the minecart dungeon. There are a lot of minecarts that you can go to, and like these levers that let you switch which order the tracks are going. And then when the minecart hits like a barrier, it kind of sends you flying out of the minecart. It doesn't slow down gracefully. I don't know who invents minecarts in video games.
Has a single video game developer ever ridden in a minecart? Like in a mine?
Yeah.
I seem to think they're roller coasters.
That's what you need. You need to make Dragon Quest V Tycoon.
I don't know.
There's minecarts everywhere.
Busan would like to get off of Mr. Bones' Wild Ride.
Yeah, the Donkey Kong Country games for SNES are definitely games that come to mind when I think of minecarts.
That's actually a good point. You can make minecarts and builders too, yeah.
Oh, interesting. I don't know that I got far enough to ever do that.
You might only do it in the hub world. It's like after the second island, I think, when the townspeople automatically build a pyramid for you. Oh no, I guess the minecarts are actually an island too, because it's got that whole mine, the gold man that gets upgraded.
Yeah, I remember the mines. I didn't remember if you could make anything related to it or not. Really give Builders 2 another shot at some point.
Yeah, I haven't really touched it since I finished my first playthrough. I should at least do a second playthrough.
The minecarts in this section here are pretty interesting because like they're like flaying you over gaps and into other minecarts that are just taken off as soon as you land in them, and it's pretty terrifying. There are a couple of really good. There's one really good item that shows up in a chest in this case. Oh, here are the Dragon Warriors. Ryu Sensei. Or Senshi. The name is just Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that in the like SFC translation patch, they're literally translated as Dragon Warrior as well.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, anyway, there's one really key item that the runners are going to be picking up in this mine, which is the Blessed Staff, which is, you know, equivalent to the Gent Staff from Dragon Quest VI. It's a staff that effectively lets you just use Heal More in combat as an item. You get it much later than the Gent Staff in DQ6. It's not nearly as, like, powerful over the course of the game, but Moko's also currently experiencing the impacts of Slalin being dead. Slalin's pretty useful against this encounter formation in particular. What's wrong with the DS versions? I mean,
how long you got?
I don't think I've been saying many bad things about the DS versions. I don't know. I don't really like the modern localizations in general compared to the originals, and I don't like playing on a physical DS. Is my biggest thing. Like I find the DS pretty uncomfortable to hold and kind of awkward to capture and stuff like that from speedrunning. And I just kind of like the earlier versions of the game better. I do like the remake of 4, but I prefer the PlayStation remake. So, I don't know. The DS versions are fine. Like, I'd recommend them. They would not be my first recommendation, but they would still be on the list of recommendations for anybody who wants to, like, get into the series casually. I don't know. I think they're fine.
This game in particular, I would recommend the DS version as the casual option just because you get 4 party slots and that's more interesting for like the monster recruitment. You have more customization options.
Yeah, either that or the PS2 version with the English patch, which is very similar. But then you gotta like, you know, patch the game and have a way to play patch ROM and all that stuff, so. I actually am not a big fan of the PS2 version of this game. I've tried on more than one occasion to start learning the speedrun of it, and I've never made it past like Pierre or so. I don't really. There's a couple specific issues I have with it, like the overworld on the PS2 version is got a lot of curvature to it, like you're walking on a small planet, a very small planet, and it actually is kind of nauseating. Seeing like the way things kind of scroll around the horizon. And I don't know, I think like the enemy animations and the enemy visuals just like look a little bit off. Like it's very much early 3D, very simplified models that are like somewhat flat, and I don't think it looks as good as like the detailed pixel art, and it definitely doesn't have like the later like modern like 3D model look that I guess like DQ8 really started to get good about. And I don't know, I think the PS2 version's just in like this weird middle ground. But it's still a good version. It's just like, I don't know, every time I've tried to learn the speedrun of it, I've had a few off-putting things. Anyway, back to the run here. The runners had both found this guy that was spinning around in the minecart. Dr. Agon, I wonder who he could be.
Agon, that was Metroid Prime 2. I think this is someone else.
He's the Master Dragon. He was just in a humanoid form and had kind of like gone crazy and gotten stuck on this minecart for like 100 years or something. I'm not really sure. But we free him from the minecart and we're continuing our way through the mine here to Zenithia Castle, which is, you know, if you remember the top of Zenithian Tower being kind of like shorn off and ruined, you know, this Zenithian Castle is normally at the top, right? So Zenithian Castle had been sort of separated from the tower and is no longer really in working shape. There are these orbs that are supposed to power the magic of the castle to keep it afloat. And one of the gold orbs that's supposed to be here is missing.
I don't think that a single person knows Dragon Quest VI's lore. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
I mean, you heard me rambling about it for 8 hours yesterday, so...
No, I slept through that.
Okay. I'm not saying I know the lore, just like you can judge whether or not I know it or not. Spoiler alert, I don't know Dragon Quest VI's lore. See, the thing is, PM, those things are not mutually exclusive. It can be good commentary, and I can still not know the lore. So anyway, you're getting a little flashback scene here. If you remember back all the way to Gen 1, we found a gold orb in Renoir Tower Mansion. And at the end of Gen 1, one of the goons, I don't remember if it was Gemma himself or if it was Gons or one of the goons. I think it was Gemma. Like, oh yeah, it's actually showing the flashback here right now on Mocha's screen. Crushes the orb and destroys it. And that's the orb that was supposed to be powering Zenithia Castle. So you're getting this flashback here to see this is what happened. And then you're shown this little sequence that just flashed by an error screen of when you're in the past, you can like talk to yourself and like give the orb to like the older version of yourself. Like, there's this weird thing that happens there, and so now you have to like do that from the other side. And what's basically going to happen is you are going to give the old child version of yourself a fake orb, and you're going to steal the real gold orb and bring it back to the present. But how do you do that, right? You gotta go back to the past in order for that to happen. So there are fairies in this world that are known to possess some magical powers, we'll say. So we're gonna go seek out those fairies, and we're gonna go to this this forest of illusion, sort of a Lost Woods type dungeon.
Forest of Illusion was Super Mario World.
Yes, I know it was.
Let's see what Error calls it. He's probably got the canon name in here.
My notes call it Forest of Illusion, so.
Fairy Forest.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of lame. Oh, it says here in Error's notes, if you're hactical, you'll find metal slimes in here. I guess they're not going to see any.
There is a pretty common formation of 8 times metal slimes in this forest that no one believes is common except for me. There are a couple scary enemies, like you can run into Eigerhorns in here that you can like use the Z shield to bounce their magic back and then run away from them and stuff like that. And that demon guy that was there. But in general, the forest isn't usually too bad. The important thing is that the daughter stays alive, because only children are allowed or able to see the fairies. So if the daughter dies, you actually cannot see this fairy here to progress this scene, and you actually have to leave and revive. Moko just picked up the fairy flute from the chest. Or no, sorry, fairy sword, not flute.
Oh, I was going to say the flute was earlier.
Mixing up my DQ games, yeah.
Well, there was a fairy flute earlier to make it spring.
Yeah. I was thinking there's a fairy horn that I think the fairy queen gives you here. So like on Error's screen where he's going up to right now, he's going into the fairy world again, and the fairy queen gives you the fairy flute, horn, whatever it is.
They're just like the brand name of all these fairy items. Some fairy
merchandising.
Yeah.
Baseball's the fairy sword. So anyway, getting the fairy flute, horn thing, getting the fairy sword. There is an optional elfin elixir in the little house on the way out. Usually don't need it. Usually you only need one. And the runners should both still have one. But yeah, Moko's going to this other fairy castle area and using the fairy horn that the queen gave to sort of dispel the illusion to allow you to enter the... I don't really want to call it dispelling the illusion, but dispelling the magic that prevents you from entering the fairy castle.
In the fairy illusion.
Yeah. Wonder why we can't just go up and use the Mirror of Ra there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You'd probably go up and it'll probably just be like, bah, 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 bah.
No. Couldn't have thrown it in the trash wagon.
Nope. So, inside this fairy castle, there's this like weird map thing on the wall. And now there's going to be this kind of nauseating, very slow, very long animation of teleporting you back into the past. And it's going to happen on error screen, and then it's going to happen when they go back to the present again. It's seriously like a 30 or 40 second animation of just teleporting back to the past. It's really very long.
There is.
Everything's in sepia. And now it's in color again. All right, so now we get to be the future us that swaps the orb with the child us. It's very important that you choose the correct option in this dialogue.
Can't you use the Mirror of Ra on Hargon's castle?
Huh. Yeah, that's a good point. But if you choose the wrong option in that dialogue with the child self, you have to actually leave, go through this long return animation, and then go back into it again with the long animation to talk to him again. So, do not choose the wrong option. It is like a 2-minute time loss, and most of it is this animation.
Mocha started this one with 38 seconds on the clock. Let's see.
What's going on with echo? My mic is probably being picked up by Cowie a little bit when I'm talking a little bit too loudly.
Yeah, it's possible. I turned it down a little bit, and it's been doing it less.
Yeah, I've been trying to also not be too loud, but I get a little bit excited and a little bit too close to the microphone sometimes. A couple cool items down here also. Staff of Thunder and a princess robe that Mocha just picked up. Useful and or valuable. I'm going to stand up for a quick minute, so I'll let Cowie ramble at you for a minute.
All right. Distracted by audio talk, so I didn't actually time that warp. We'll time this one. 21:22. Local points, doing some shopping. Oh, this dude sells expensive stuff. Let's say Dragon Killer and Thunder Spear. Yeah, that was a 34-second animation. Dragon Killer. That would be Thunder Spear. Back to Zenithia to drop off the orbs. I guess. Silver never went anywhere. Up on the button, and the castle takes off.
Alright, so it's that time of the run then, where we need to pull chat for what is the silliest and or best airship in the Dragon Quest series. We have a lot of options to choose from. We have birds, Gramia. We've got a balloon, flying castle. We have a Pegasus. We have a flying rock. We have a flying train. We have a flying whale. No. The bed doesn't count. The bed and the carpet don't count. Real airships. Real flying only.
I probably got to give it to the stone.
The stone is probably
Uninspired.
the silliest. Yeah. The stone is the silliest for sure. I think the whale might be the best. My least favorite, this is an opinion that will not be new to anybody, but I really dislike the balloon in DQ4 also. I think the concept of using an air balloon as your airship is fine. It's really slow, which kind of sucks. And more to the point, the music is so bad. Why does it play Jingle Bells? So, I don't know. I might like the balloon less than the flying rock, even though I think the flying rock is sillier.
Also, you can't steer balloons either. Thing. And to just go where the wind blows you.
I don't think that's entirely true. I think you can like angle the burner, the heat stuff to like impart some kind of momentum.
Maybe. Ask my friend who used to have a balloonist license.
I'm pretty sure that you can, like, with a combination of ballast and, like, angling of the burner and stuff.
Ballast?
Yeah. Like, weight that you hang off the sides of the balloon, and then you can shift the weight around to kind of angle the weight distribution.
Why do they call them that? Why don't they call them weights?
Most cowy conversation ever.
Handbags.
On one hand, talking about having a friend with a balloonist license, and on the other hand, complaining about the word ballast. Anyway, runners are flying the Zenithian castle over to the Dragon Tower. This is the most dangerous, not the most dangerous, maybe the second most dangerous dungeon in the run. Sort of an interesting one in that, it's almost got like a DQ4 vibe in the sense of, like you start at the top and then you rappel your way down and you kind of go top to bottom, similar to like Lock Tower in DQ4. Which is always kind of interesting. I think the early DQ games, like DQ2, DQ4, this game, have some really interesting, like, subvert your expectation progression through towers. And in this tower, you're also going to be fighting a lot of enemies. And sort of the goal is to recover the 2 dragon eyes, which will then allow you to open the center area to go down and get the dragon staff and there's another thing that you get down there. The dragon orb. There it is. I just had to find my notes because I don't remember what it was called. But anyway, when you're going through this castle, or this tower, there's a lot of enemies that you can't really fight effectively that you want to run from, and then there are a fair number of enemies like Free Black Dragon or sometimes Metal Drak that actually provide pretty valuable XP. Depending on what Daughter's level is, you want to make sure she gets enough XP to learn By Kill at a certain point in the run. And so you want to take a couple fights here, but it sort of depends on like this balancing act of how much XP do you need, how much fighter hair do you have, what are the formations that you're getting. Here are the same demon enemies that I was talking about from the forest. Bounce shield against them. The fairy sword that was picked up in the forest is a very valuable item for the daughter here. It casts upper on the user, so it's a big like defense boosting item. So there are a lot of fights where daughter will just use that on turn 1 to boost her defense and her survivability. So Moko hasn't really fought a whole lot yet, but it's coming up on the little mini boss here, Gons. Gons is the second goon that was with Jami in the Ancient Ruins in Gen 1, along with Gemma. Gemma being the head honcho of that group, the trio.
Vengeance is nearly complete.
We're only slightly behind, but successfully opening this door. So the first little part of this tower is a matter of getting to that lever to open the door, so that way if you get booted out, there's a shortcut to come back in. Do a little bit of a party reorder too. But meanwhile, Moko's just fighting Gons. Gons is really just a nothing boss. He's 1700 HP, and it's kind of just buff up the first 2 characters with fighter hair, use the fairy sword on the daughter, and then just like attack, and then have the daughter use the heal staff. Really nothing to that fight. And this will grant the left dragon eye. So Arrow's got some of those black dragons I was talking about, and now Moko's got some of the metal dragons I was talking about. These are both very fightable fights for some experience points. So while we have the fighter here that we can use from our inventory, there will be, after this dungeon, bosses will start having the ability to use freezing waves to dispel your buffs. And being able to cast the by-kill spell directly with the daughter is sort of the solution to dealing with freezing waves. If it weren't for freezing waves, you could, live without it and just keep spamming fighter hair, but the boss of this dungeon, though, does not use freezing waves, so
Yeah, the audio's been off even on my side for a while too. I've refreshed him a couple of times and really fixed it, so. Then again. Actually does look better. I don't know.
blame Twitch.
Yeah, they're pretty new to this whole streaming thing. We'll forgive them.
Mocha picking up an elfin elixir, Error's fighting Gons. This is the part where Cowie complains about Dragon Quest VII flipping which enemy is Gons.
Yeah.
Right, isn't Gons the tiger enemy?
Yeah.
And Inop is the pig demon.
Yeah, that should be right.
Pretty sure they get the enemy wrong. Maybe it's only in some versions that it's backwards, but... Or maybe I'm just wrong. Doesn't really matter. We're getting another fight with some black dragons here, so pretty good XP. This tower is like, I really can't stress enough how variable this tower is from like a speed perspective. Like, you're getting a lot of scary random encounters. You're getting stuff that you want to kill. You can easily get booted out of this tower. There's kind of just a lot that can happen in this tower, and it's a really big impact to the run, and it's a very important part to practice when you're learning this run. Like, increasing reliability and increasing speed are both very, very valuable here. It is one of the hardest parts of the run. Ooh. Error losing Sancho. If he gets out of here... also losing Pierre. Okay. I was going to say, if he gets out of here, he'll probably just use a leaf on Sancho, but I don't think he's going to burn 2 leaves. We'll see. Meanwhile, Moko is starting that. No, he's using outside. Okay. Meanwhile, Moko is starting the Gemma fate. So this is the boss of the tower here. Gemma has a few different abilities. He's got an intense flame attack that can hit everybody. A burning breath, which is a paralysis that can affect everybody. Blaze Most, which is a very strong single target magic damage, and a physical attack. Blaze Most can do up to 128 damage, which you may notice that the daughter does not have 128 HP. So the daughter uses the Zenithian shield to bounce to protect against that. If not, she can be one-shot by it. Oh yeah, Gemma can also use bounce on himself. Which you can then use the Zenithian sword to dispel. Which will let him use the bounce spell again. So he won't use bounce spell if he's got it up already. So you want to actually dispel it if you get the opportunity to. This is where, way back during the marriage segment, when you buy a couple of Mangetsuso, Full Moon Herb, you want to make sure that you trade them to the party members before going into this tower. You want some on Pierre, 1 or 2 on Pierre and Sancho. So that way they can do paralysis recovery if you get hit by Burning Breath. Burning Breath is really the scary part of this fight. Like, obviously there's a little bit of variability to like, turn 1 and 2 when you're getting your initial setup done, but the real risk is characters getting paralyzed. The daughter's staff that she comes with, I forget what it's called. It's got like a weird name to it. Star Cross or something, I don't know. Can cure paralysis when used as an item. So like right here, Moko's kind of waffling. Oh, Moko's choosing to use the Dew. Okay. That's actually a really good choice, because you can just get another one from Zenithia. But Moko needs to cure paralysis. There we go. On Pierre. Pierre can also chip in a little bit of healing during this fight while he has MP to do so. Oh, never got a steel sword drop. Interesting. Pierre's paralyzed again. But so anyway, the daughter can kind of cure paralysis on a whim, but if she gets paralyzed, then you really need Sancho and Pierre to be able to cure her, because paralysis never wears off in this game. So unless you cure it, and if all 3 characters get paralyzed, which can happen in a single breath attack, if all 3 characters get paralyzed, it's an instant wipe. So you can walk into this fight and he can just paralyze everybody and then you lose, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's no way to prevent that. No matter how much levels you have, no matter what gear you have. But casting Blaze Most on, or casting Bounce on the daughter, the AI is smart, so the AI for Gemma will never Blaze Most on the daughter. So unfortunately it does not like add to your DPS. It'll never reflect the Blaze Most back onto him. Paralyzed again. I wonder if he's like never using bounce, or if Moko just hasn't gotten a chance to spell bounce from him. Maybe you just don't dispel bounce from him. Maybe you just leave him.
And what would you cast
With
on him?
bounce up.
He didn't have it.
Nothing, but if you dispel his bounce, then he'll
Oh,
cast it
wastes
again.
turns. Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you just
12,000
don't.
XP.
Maybe you just don't do that. Yep, lots of XP from this fight. Error is also in the fight. Error has a bit more resources because of well, he just used the do. That's interesting. I feel like he did not mean to do that. I think he's looking for... I think Error was trying to use the Z-Sword to get rid of bounce and didn't have it. I think that's what when he meant that do. I don't think he was intending to use that do. I could be wrong, but I think he was thinking the Z-Sword was there. Might be a difference between Moko's route 2 and some other routes. I don't know, my notes don't say anything about using the Z-Sword, but I thought it was a thing, so who knows. Moko is returning to Zenithia to get another do before continuing on. Oh. He's not going to the do yet. He's just re-entering Dragon Tower. You do need to re-enter Dragon Tower, but I figured she would have snagged do first. Anyway, now that she has both of the Dragon Eyes, because Gemma is guarding the right Dragon Eye, very important that after you beat Gemma, you pick up that chest before you leave the dungeon. There are a couple spots in this game where it's really easy to do that, where you beat the thing and then you just leave and then you realize, oh, I didn't pick up the thing.
And I think you mentioned that yesterday too with the mirror in DQ6.
Yeah, the mirror is a very easy one to forget. There's not a boss there, but it's still like the whole using the thing on Barbara, using the dream drop on Barbara, then she joins your party, and then you're just like, oh, I got the thing I'm here for. But you didn't. You got to pick up the mirror.
Like you should use the drop on her earlier.
Sounds like.
Speedrunner is always just bitching Barbara. I mean,
I think Era's having a pretty good Gemma fight. The chest that Moko just walked past has some armor in it. Devil armor that sells for 6,750 gold. It's not needed, but it's literally like 4 steps out of the way for 6.5K. So it's a very good like backup or optional pickup. You can use it to speed up some shopping or use it to recover if you die unexpectedly or something. But most people skip it. I don't know that I've ever seen a Japanese runner pick it up, honestly. Error cleanly through Gemma. The right Dragon Eye. So, at this point, Moko's kind of just like climbing up to get above that dragon statue that's in the center of the room here. I'm just going to use the grappling hook to... That's the Stone of Life. Okay. That's Full Moon Herb. I guess it's clearing up inventory space. And then using the grappling hook to get down here to place the Dragon Eyes. There's a little bit of glitchiness with placing these Dragon Eyes. You can place the right one from like too far away and have this like you can place it from like a half tile away, and then the scene of the thing opening like doesn't happen, and then you can walk away and fall down and both eyes will be present, but the dragon won't be like open. So, yeah, just another like weird thing that's possible to mess up. But that spot that Error is walking past right now, that's what gets opened by placing the Dragon Eye, and then you just kind of walk up into there.
Is that fixable, or are you just done if you do that?
No, it's fixable. You just have to walk back up and jump back down to it.
Oh, okay.
You just like walk up to it again, walk all the way up to it again, and then like you move, and then it triggers. Not a soft lock, thankfully. Just, 2-minute time loss.
It. And Lord's staff. Orb.
This is an orb type video game. As most
Dragonheart does look
Quests
like
are.
the sphere of light, though.
Yeah, kinda. The one from do you mean the Sphere of Light from DQ1?
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Whatever
the,
game
not
it
the
is that has it on the credits on the to be continued.
I was gonna say I think that's DQ1, but maybe DQ3 NES does.
That's what I was
I don't
thinking.
know. No, you would know the NES games better than I would.
Yeah. And then the dragon staff looks like the Dragon Lord's staff, and if you use it, you turn into a dragon.
DW3 NES. Okay, thank you, Scarlet Shadow. I do not know the answer to that, Sindrina. It's just a required plot point. The game makes you talk to the guy. I don't know.
He's your best friend. Sure, there's a deep lore connection.
Alright, so anyway, you get the Dragon Staff, which, when used as an item in combat, effectively does B-Dragon, turns you into a dragon, and lets you do breath attacks. And then the Dragon Orb, you return to the Master Dragon, which gets you, like, the Dragon Whistle flute thing, which lets you kind of summon the Master Dragon to fly around on, which is much more convenient than flying around on a full gigantic castle.
Are dragon and fairy competing brand names?
Oh, that's good. Walmart and Target, only it's Dragon and Fairy. We need to start keeping track of how many dragon items with how many fairy items the runners get in each game of this relay, and kind of compare the count at the end.
Yeah. I don't know if Dragon Killer counts, though.
Maybe we give it like half a point. No visual. Nobody buys into Error's bananas theory about Hassan becoming the Master Dragon. It's wrong.
I've tried so hard not to acknowledge that. I made it 4.5 hours.
Well, I acknowledged it. Anyway, flying on the Master Dragon allows you to reach this great temple here, where they are digging this deep temple below the ground. This is sort of the continuation of the slavery area from the start of Gen 2. This is what you were working on constructing at that time, and it has now progressed much past that. But it's sort of a rocky, isolated island that the castle wouldn't be able to land on, so you need the dragon to get here. A little bit of a mini-boss with a couple dragon warriors there, and then there's another mini-boss coming up here with Ramada, which is a big Cyclops dude. Cyclops isn't very scary, except that he does have Macchiato, Blizzard, big area of effect, cold damage attack. So, the daughter should use a Zenithian shield to protect against that, and then the fairy sword to protect against, hey, he's a big cyclops who can hit you really hard. And, once you're set up a set, Armada's not really too bad. Pretty low HP, so. Again, more of a mini boss than a real boss. One of the last fights where maybe the last fight where the hero gets like actual use. Dragon Quest V has one of the weakest, one of the weakest main characters in the series. Just not really very useful. But the hero gets, I guess, a very brief use against Bjorn also. But that use is mostly to like get an upper off and then die. So anyway, after Ramada here, we got the Great Temple. So I mentioned that like the Dragon Tower is... I was waffling as to whether to call it the hardest or the second hardest dungeon in the run. This is the hardest dungeon in the run, but it's hard in a RNG kind of way. The enemies in here are generally not super vulnerable to things like Expel. There are a handful of enemies, actually a fair bit of enemies, where you can choose to use like Increase of the Fairy Sword in order to give yourself a little bit more survivability while you try to run. But there are some enemies like the Evil Spirits that can like by-kill themselves or war drum themselves and then just like destroy you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Who's in the lead here? Moko is in the lead by like a minute. Yeah, by this fight, minute and a half maybe. It is very, very close.
And this is pretty much what it's been like the entire race.
Yeah, Moko's definitely been faster overall in Gen 3. But some of that's also, just RNG. Error got booted out of the Taraka mine really early and got booted out of the Dragon Tower earlier. Not booted out, but he got booted out after Gons. Yeah, anyway, it's the Great Temple. The success rate of the Great Temple is usually pretty high. Like, I don't know, like 75% maybe, 80%. You're not super likely to die in here, but it's not uncommon to do so. Hero doesn't really matter, so Hero's mostly here just to kind of like absorb some attacks. And if Hero dies before the boss, it's not a big deal. The absolute minimum for beating Ival is to have either Sancho or Pierre and the daughter alive. And my notes also, let's say, one other. So Sancho or Pierre and daughter and one other. You're really hoping for Sancho and Pierre and daughter. But you do have the wagon in here. You can switch around party members. And there are some backups you can do if you get a couple deaths. Again, hero dying here is sort of expected. Okay, Sancho is dead. That is not great. The play here is to probably... Okay. I guess Moko is immediately going to use a leaf on Sancho. I was going to say you could try to continue without Sancho and leave him immediately before the boss fight. But he is very useful for getting through this dungeon, so I think leaving him now is definitely also a good choice. And again, doing the backup fight for Ivol, who's the boss of this, is not great. So Sancho, Pierre, and Daughter are all alive. That is what you're hoping to see. Ooh, this is a really scary fight that Mocha's running into. These enemies mix up your tactics, which you have to be aware of. And these are also the ones that do the battle dance, war drum thing. Which buffs up all of their attack power. Moko's using an elfin elixir on Pierre for additional recovery. Moko's burning a lot of resources in this dungeon. And you don't safety save before coming down here. Because even if you did, you'd have to redo like the Ramada fight and the Dragon Warriors at the start and everything. So Error's doing what I was suggesting earlier when Sancho dies, which is to continue on without the leaf and likely use a leaf near the end of the dungeon. Error has a long way to go though, so breaking through with just the Daughter is very sketchy. That's why I kind of waffle and call this the hardest dungeon, because it's mostly like an RNG type hard. You know, it's kind of like calling Mudo 3 the hardest boss of DQ6, right? He's not. Deathmore is the more skillful boss of DQ6. But Mudo is the one that's more likely to kill you. And Error wipes out. I think he might be, I don't want to say like okay with that, but like he at least didn't use any healing resources. There are some plot triggers here in Cerebona that will be needed a little bit later. Characters to get an automatic revival. So he's just going to progress some of these plot triggers now while he's here. And then he'll go back into the Great Temple. Meanwhile, Moko's gearing up for Ivol. So Ivol was on a fixed pattern. Maybe the first boss in this run that's on like an actual...
the
Imposter. Yeah, the Imposter and the Ice Queen both had... They weren't on completely fixed patterns. They were on 3-round... Oh no, Ice Queen was on a fixed pattern. Yeah, you're right. Imposter's on like a 3-round 50-50 pattern. Anyway, Ivol will do Ice Breath, Bounce, an attack that is, it's like a critical attack that's fixed at 95 damage. Defend, Explodet, and Waves. And you kind of get in like just this groove on this fight. And I mentioned earlier about like speed ties with Sancho and like what Sancho's doing. So on turn 1, you're typically swapping in a coffin here. Have Sancho like get his attack off. And just to have that free spot, it's a little bit faster than the menuing. Swapping Pierre for a coffin is faster than like doing a full party reorder for just 2 characters. Turn 2, swapping in Pierre by killing Pierre. Turn 3, you're doing more attack and by kill. Turn 4, Sancho is using the Zenithian shield for bounce, which will then bounce explode it later. And also using the Zenithian sword from the daughter to remove, or from Pierre, I mean, sorry, to remove his bounce, because he'll skip bounce in his formation if you don't remove it. The turn 4 is his defend turn. You kind of just use it as like a Z shield, Z sword heal setup turn. And then turns 5 and 6, you're just attacking and healing. And you're just kind of repeating that cycle completely. You can get a little bit behind if you don't have a do. And you could potentially need to turtle a little bit. Especially on turn 1 with the Ice Breath, you can swap in Daughter only turn 1 to, not take the multiple AoE damage attacks. And then kind of use that and heal more on Pierre to boost your recovery a little bit. So, kind of just all in like a rhythm. So Ice Breath. Up in Pierre. That's bounce. Some attack. Some buy kill. Now some healing. Ivol's dead. Easy peasy.
Alright.
Yeah, Ivol is not a hard fight unless you make a mistake. Like, there are backups and heal lines and things like that that you can play around. But you need to make sure you don't, like... if you come in there with characters dead or short on resources or something like that, there might be different decisions you need to make that can make it tricky. But as long as you're in there with a viable setup, you should not lose to Ivol. He is not the hard part of this dungeon. And again, you need to make sure you pick up the reward for beating him, which is the Ring of Life. Similar to the Dragon Eye after Gemma. Because the ring kind of just, like you see there, just kind of appears on the ground where Ivol was standing. It's not like you're walking up to a treasure chest and then getting an encounter before there. When you defeat Ivol, all the enemies in the dungeon disappear. But I think... there might be a case where, like, if you walk all the way back out, if you go out too far without the ring and then come back in, it might bring the enemies back. I'm not certain of that, or if it's just the time to walk back, but I have definitely seen people forget that ring, and you walk all the way back to the dungeon and realize you don't have it. I need to walk all the way back down here and then all the way back out again. Era's gearing up for the Ivol fight. Okay, reordering to put the hero at the back. Good. If you don't do that, if you leave the hero in the second slot, so again, it's kind of what I was talking about with the turn order thing earlier. If you leave the hero in the second slot and have the daughter in the back, it's going to compare Sancho's agility to that corpse's agility first, and Sancho will attack before the daughter gets a chance to buy kill. So reordering that corpse to the back is actually like an important part of turn 1, even though it seems superfluous. Alright, so Moko's back out with the Ring of Life, and Flora, who was a statue at the top near where we fought Ramada, Flora is now restored to an actual human being and no longer a statue. Hooray, we have the wife back.
I'm sure she'll be useful.
Potentially. Vaguely. Not really. Sort of depends. I think when she comes back, she just goes into the friend bank and often stays there, but you can opt to take her out of the friend bank to allow her to cast some heal spells, like while you're traversing through dungeons, especially Evil Mountain. So there's a potential resource management benefit, but pretty minor. So Moko's going over to Cerebona to talk to Ludeman. You're gonna have to check on that pot from earlier again. Or maybe they checked on it earlier and this is just talking to him. But it's now glowing red, basically, which is scary because it was holding in a great evil power. And when it's red, it's being close to being released. Era's already done this dialogue because he did it when he left the Great Temple in order to revive. So Era will get a little bit of that time save back. Nice Kaishin Noichigeki. From Era. Okay. And now goes checking on the pot glowing red. So, after reporting this to Ludeman, I'm gonna go over to the tower that's next to, right next to town here, and that great evil from the pot is going to attack. It's gonna be the Moose.
Mouse. Surprise.
Dun, 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 dun. That mode 7 scaling. It wasn't rotating. Maybe it wasn't mode 7, but the scaling looked like it. Anyway, this is Bjorn. He's pretty easy. Play in general is to have Sancho buff himself up with the Fairy Sword. Hero in the back is just casting Upper on Pierre. Bjorn does a lot of physical attacks. He's also got like some kind of lightning attack he just used there. Which is like an AoE type attack, but in general, high defense power is like the main point of this fight. And then you're kind of just attacking. Pierre is using Heal All when at, which he now has as a spell when characters are low and need healing. Hero, if he does live, could potentially use the Dragon Staff as an item to spit a little bit of fire at Bjorn, but doesn't really do much. When Bjorn casts Upper like that, Pierre can use the Zenithian sword to remove it. Yeah, this fight's pretty easy. He's got 4,500 HP. It's a little slow, but kind of just nothing to it. Just attack and heal. Bjorn is very slow, so... The Zenithian sword, if it's not clear, is like a Freezing Waves ability. It's the same as it is in Dragon Quest IV. Although, in Dragon Warrior 4, most runners don't pick it up. Don't upgrade it, I should say, to have the extended ability, except in the remake where upgrading it is required. But it's the same effect. It removes enemy buffs and debuffs. Gets rid of things like those freezing waves. And as a reward for beating Bjorn, we get the Seigo no Kagi, final key. Now it's time to move on to the Dark World. So Moko is returning here to the... using the carpet for like a very minor movement speed up. That's cool. I don't know if I've actually like really seen that. Yeah, going back into the Sea Cave earlier from Elhaven. And there was a locked door in this cave that we didn't see when we were in here earlier, but can now open it with the final key, and there are 3 statues behind it. And there's some kind of hint to it, but the statues basically all want one of the rings. So like we got the fire ring and the water ring back earlier in Gen 2 for marriage, and we just got the life ring from beating Ivil. So we need to place one of each of those rings on these statues. So fire ring first on the left one, life ring on this right one, and then water ring on the back one. And it kind of opens up this whole void in the waterfall that we get sucked into. I don't know, man. Weird things happen. And, surprise, we're in the Dark World now. As we try to leave, there's this dialogue here with Martha, who is actually the hero's mom. And she makes a Sage's Stone appear out of the sky. The Sage's Stone, just like other DQ games, is an item you can use in combat to heal the whole party. Not a huge heal, but, you know, like 60 HP or something like that. I don't actually remember the exact values in this game, but it's a little less than a heal more, but it heals everybody. So, pretty good item, and it's just given to you for free. Is it 60 AD in this game? Okay. Yeah. No, it's in that ballpark, but I don't remember the exact range for this game. It gets a little bit nerfed in some of the later games, the Sage's Stone does, so easy to get kind of mixed up. Meanwhile, Error is starting his Bjorn fight. Turn 1 looked like it went fine. Got his buffs up and everything, so Error will have no problem with this. Moko is in the Dark World. The Dark World has some very scary enemies, these great dragons. Worth using the fairy sword against. Especially there's a triple great dragon fight, which is very scary. There's some big fights with a lot of like blizzard hawks and stuff like that. It's not an area that's like likely to kill you, but it's an area that easily can kill you. Alright, so there's this one little town here in the Dark World. Where Moko's going to sell a bunch of stuff in order to buy a Blizzard Sword for Pierre. Fuki no Tsurugi. Now is like the time if you need to go back to Zenithia to get like another World Do or anything like that, you can do it now. Moko's choosing to walk around with solo Brownie. So the Brownie has, I don't know if it's equipped on Moko or not. The Brownie should have the Sacrifice Bracer, which when the Brownie gets killed will cast Sacrifice, and that has a good chance of insta-killing every enemy in the fight. There are a couple fights in the Evil Mountain that's coming up, which will be the final dungeon, that Sacrifice is really good against. So I'm a little surprised that she pulled him out here. Also, that's a very daring play to run with solo Sancho against triple Great Drac. They can do a lot of damage. Turtles. Turtles and spiky turtles. Alright, so going through the swamp, Moko will end up at Evil Mountain. Evil Mountain is a return point, which is really nice. You only need to walk through this this Dark World area once. So if you do wipe out or have to leave or something, you can return right back here to Evil Mountain. Oh, okay. Moko is going to pop back over to the town here. There's an inn. I feel like there's an elfin elixir in this middle dresser. That's it. Yeah. I knew there was something in here that was an optional pickup. Alright, so Evil Mountain is the final dungeon of the game. Moko is entering now. Meanwhile, Error is through Bjorn and is now entering the Dark World. I don't mean to be neglecting Error's progress, but those last couple bosses were not really needing much play-by-play. So Evil Mountain is kind of so-so in terms of like monster formation. The Springer fight is actually one of the more annoying ones. As you can see by the fact that Moko is changing party formations every round of the fight. Pretty long dungeon. There are a couple of required progression items in here. Some plot events that happen along the way. You good, Kathy?
Pazuzu.
Yeah, Pazuzu.
I found them too.
Yep. I don't say to just run against him. I don't think there's really much you can do against him. Yeah, Air's making his way to Johanna. And Moko's just kind of progressing through Evil Mountain. There's going to be a little bit of a scene that comes up here, and I'll call it a mini boss fight. There's a battle, forced battle, against 2 Dark Shaman that you can just kind of expel. And there'll be an automatic scene afterwards.
Hagu
Oh.
and Metaru.
Metal Babble and 3 Metal Slimes. Moko's just running away because it's just not worth fighting.
And too little, too late.
Yep. Metal Kings can also show up in this dungeon, but Metal Kings and DQ5 are a super trap and you want to run away.
Yes.
They have the chance ability, which can like drain all of your MP, for example. There is also like a soft lock that can happen with certain things that might... They have like a time sand ability that can happen with chance, and I think there are certain conditions in which that can like soft lock the game.
Yeah, if they stop time and then run away before the time unfreezes, then you're just dead. Like, it just, you have to turn the power off.
Ah, there you go.
So,
So yeah,
two chance effects that are just devastating.
Yeah, hope to not see Metal King.
Yeah.
Alright, here are the 2 Dark Shaman.
It's Mom. We found her.
Yep. For all this time, Mom is real. She's the one who magicked us the Sage's Stone when we first entered the Dark World.
Bonk.
Oh. You got zapped by lightning. Found Mom after all this time, only for her to die in front of you.
Yeah.
This is the DQ5 in a nutshell, man. This game's pretty real.
Don't worry, if your mother getting hit by lightning in front of you is too sad, you can play the DS version where that's not what happens.
Oh, is it not?
Gets killed by a giant fireball instead.
Oh. Interesting. Error just used a World Leaf while walking on the overworld to Evil Mountain. I don't want to say it's like the wrong call or anything. Just, I don't know how many he's got in his inventory at this point. But with Evil Mountain being a return point, it's usually not like a priority leaf spot.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was also like 75-80% of the way there, so you want to make sure you make it. Alright, so Moko just picked up the Echoing Hat. The Echoing Hat allows spells to happen twice. And that will go into Slalin, who has a bunch of utility spells like Increase, Confusion, Expel. Pretty useful item. And then also, Moko also picked up the, like, I don't really know how the name translated. It's like the holy water urn. I don't know. Which is a required progression item to continue through the dungeon. My notes say, the jug of holy water, the thing on the left. This is just another word for urn. They're the same thing. Anyway, use it to get through that room of, like, lava, that lava barrier room. And then Pierre is grabbing the Metal King helm. He's, I know this room is, like, really dark, but the Oh, Metal King. Run. Okay, Metal King ran away. But those little like squares on the floor are obviously all pit traps that you have to fall down, or that you can fall down. So, gotta be careful to avoid them. The movement through here is not really very complicated, but you got lots of Gigantes on screen. 3 of them on post streams. See Anatolo, the Dragon Warrior 2 runner, with reacting to the 6 Gigantes on screen. Okay, just continuing to make her way through the dungeon. So this is the sliding tile room. It's like a 9 puzzle. I like to tell the story about how the first time I played this game casually on the DS version, reacting to everything. Green, that's fair. When I first played this game on the DS version, I didn't realize that like you could walk off these tiles and walk on the brown part of the ground that's like around those little pits. So I got stuck on this for longer than I'd like to admit. I mean, it wasn't like that long, but probably spent 10 minutes in this room or something like that to figure out what to do. The ETA for finishing this game? I mean, like 20 minutes? Less than that? Maybe like 30 minutes counting the credits. Credits in this game are pretty long. But the final boss will be in the next like 15 minutes to finish for Moko. Like the final boss is right after this fight. We'll start right after this fight, and we'll talk about that in a second here. So this is the double Hell Battle fight. This fight's pretty easy. You just kind of buff up Pierre, and then he just does everything himself. If you have characters alive, like the Brownie, you can bring him in to intentionally die during this fight, so that way he doesn't get level ups from it, to save some time. I don't know if the Brownie's alive for Moko or not right now. Moko might also choose to leave Brownie alive in case she dies to Mirror Dress and wants to come back to keep the Sacrifice Bracer available. If you choose to bring Flora with you, so I mentioned earlier that like you can choose to bring Flora for just extra healing capacity. She's not useful at all, but she can throw in some heal morts and save some resources. Then you want her to die there also, to prevent her from getting level ups. Crimson got a question for you if you didn't see it.
Nice.
And then now Moko is setting up for the final boss, Mirror Dress. So Mirror Dress has 2 phases. The first is kind of a human phase, and the second is a demon phase. This human phase has 1600 HP. It regenerates about 50 HP per turn. He's on a 3-turn cycle. Turn 1 is, it does 1 action per turn. Turn 1 is either Ice Breath or Blaze Most. Turn 2 is either an attack or Freezing Waves that removes all your buffs. And turn 3 is Calling for Help. And there's 2 variants of Call for Help. It can either be 2 Killer Machines or 2 Killer Clowns. If they're both up, he skips the 3rd action. There's no room to summon more. So the general strategy here is going to be to buy kill Pierre. Sancho's going to be the healer with the Sage's Stone because he always goes last. Buff up Pierre with buy kill and have Pierre do some attacks. And then when the ads get summoned, if they're killer machines, Slalin is going to use Increase to buff up defense. He's using it here on turn 3, I should say. They are killer machines. So now the killer machines are going to try to be expelled. I'm going to hide Slalin on turn 1 so he doesn't get hit by the Ice Breath. Or Blaze Most? Actually, Blaze Most might be the more threatening one against him. That might one-shot him. So you're hoping for Expel with the Echoing Hat to take out killer machines. If the killer clowns show up, like these, Slalin will then use Confusion. And then, hopefully, they will start hitting Miragus to do increased damage to him and push the phase. Okay, Metapani, one is confused. I don't know if the second one got confused. I don't think it did. I actually missed the dialogue box of the second one being hit. Oh no, they both got confused, okay. So they can kill each other, they can knock each other out of confusion, etc. But yeah, the main thing is keeping track of what turn Miragus is on and not having Slalin out on turn 1. But with the clowns confused, this goes very quickly. Now, Phase 2. Phase 2 has 3 different patterns this can be, and it's randomly chosen when you, like, at the end of that dialogue box there, which pattern he will end up being. In the remakes, he kind of goes through... Phase 2 actually goes through, like, 3 separate patterns, and this, it just picks one of the 3. So it can either be weak pattern, medium pattern, or strong pattern. Weak pattern will only take 1 action per cycle. They both have 6 turn cycles. Weak pattern only takes 1 per cycle. So that's why it's called the weak pattern. Medium can take 1 to 2, and strong can take 1 to 2. Strong pattern, one of his actions is bounce that you can't really deal with. So it's sort of effectively he's got 5 actions in his cycle instead of 6. So let's see what Miragus' first action here is. Okay, that was heal. So this is medium pattern. So medium pattern does heal, intense flames, waves, blaze most, defense, attack. Wait, did I misread that?
I just saw Blaze Most, so it should be medium.
Well, but weak also does blaze most.
No.
But weak starts off with intense flames, so this should still be medium. Okay, yeah, heal intense flames. There we go. Yeah, definitely medium pattern. So Slalin was able to use Rukanon, the defense ability, with his Echoing Hat to reduce Miragus' defense twice. Which makes him take quite a bit of damage. Yeah, medium pattern is a weird one. So again, it's heal, intense flames, freezing waves, blaze most, defense attack. And the defense attack part, when he lowers your defense, then hits you with a physical attack, to me is always feels like sketchy. Like I'm never super confident in that heal line. But yeah, he starts off with the bounce effect active, but the daughter is able to use the Zenithian sword to remove it. And then that's the downside to this is sort of the thing I mentioned earlier, that like Zenithian sword skip is a potential route. If you skip the Zenithian sword, you have no way of removing his bounce effect in phase 3. And medium pattern, this one here, is the only viable one to fight with Zenithian sword cut, because you can use bounce to reflect his defense back onto him, which will bypass his bounce effect. If you get either of the other patterns with Z sword cut, you can't beat him. But yeah, so it's just kind of monitoring heal lines at this point. Pierre has some breath resistance. Sancho's going to be using the Sage Stone every turn. If you get different patterns, like some that have Explodet, Sancho can use the Zenithian Shield sometimes to reflect exploited damage back. But in general, the daughter is just going to be doing buy kill on Pierre every time he uses waves. Sancho's going to be spamming the Sage of Stone. And then the daughter's going to be doing some healing in between. Daughter's getting swapped out for Hero occasionally to do some extra attacks. And also protect the daughter from needing healing. Daughter is guaranteed to outspeed him. The only case is if it's the weak pattern, daughter is not guaranteed to outspeed. And you have to play a little bit differently to protect against getting outsped on a couple of the scarier turns. So the main thing with the weak pattern is that because he only takes one action per turn, he only does Meditate, which is a 500 HP heal, once every 6 turns. Whereas since these guys take 1 to 2 actions per turn, they get that heal a lot more commonly. So the medium and strong patterns are both a little bit slower, but Moko confidently pushes through the medium pattern, no hesitation. And has defeated Mirajus.
All right.
GG Moko.
Oh.
Meanwhile, on Error's screen, we get Clowns for a cycle. I'm going to bring in Slalom to go for the Metapani. Both are confused. Good. Slalom back out to protect against turn 1 ice. There was a pretty lengthy amount of time, like maybe 10-15 minutes for the outro plus credit sequence. So there's a little bit of time before Moko is fully done. This is JRTA timing. It does go through the end of the credits, but pretty soon Moko will be completed and passing on to the next runner in the relay, Scarlet Shadow doing DQ3. Right. Error's through phase 1. Daughter is a little bit hurt. That's probably okay as long as he's aware of it. You always start off by putting in Hero for turn 1 of phase 2 anyway, just to read the pattern. So we'll see what pattern Error gets. Looking for either attack, heal, or intense flames. Attack being strong, heal being medium, and intense flames being weak. And it's a flat 1/3 chance of each. It's not really overly random or it's not biased random or anything. It's just 1/3.
I attack Mildrath C.
Heal, medium pattern. Okay. They both get medium.
All right. Boring, but okay.
You say boring, I was personally always least comfortable with the medium pattern.
I just mean because they got the same one, regardless of which one it was.
Oh, okay. That's fair. And yeah, Error did not play around Daughter being at... Oh no, is he just gonna wipe? He's just gonna wipe it. He did not play around Daughter being injured, like I mentioned. And Daughter got hit with a blaze most to the face and died. And he did not seem to have a leaf available, so Error is actually wiping the fight. Yeah, sadly with Daughter dead, she's kind of the most important character for this fight. You know, she's doing the buy kill, and she's also the one doing all the healing. Pierre could cover some of the healing, but Pierre is your main damage dealer. So not having Pierre available, There really isn't like a good backup for that. You could bring in like Hero or Slalom or something to try to do some offensive damage, but yeah, I don't really know if that's like a viable way to clear the fight. But that's where I mentioned like 10-15 minutes ago that I was surprised that Error used a World Leaf on Sancho on the way to Evil Mountain. I don't know if he used more World Leaves that I didn't see. I didn't see him use that many. But, or if they were just on the wrong character or what. Maybe Daughter was holding them herself. Definitely a possibility. But, you know, if he had saved that World Leaf that he used on the way to Evil Mountain, then he might have had the ability to recover there. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. And like I said, medium pattern is often the one that people are least comfortable with, because like you practice the strong pattern a lot in order to not die to it, and you practice the easy pattern a lot because easy pattern has the highest agility, which means turn order variability, and it's also the fastest one. So like if you're going for a PB, it's the one you want, so you practice that one. And medium like just often gets the least amount of practice, and it's actually not like that uncommon to be to get caught out by medium pattern. Yeah, unfortunate, but I believe in Error. He'll walk back to the mountain. The trip back to the mountain is a little bit quicker than the first trip up. You don't need to kill the Hell Battlers again. You don't need to get the Holy Water Urn again. Anything like that. So it'll be a little bit faster to get back than it was before. But it's still going to be a few minutes. Moko here is going through the credit scene. There is a song that so like DQ2 and DQ3 have like a classic, like well-known. Nope, Error gets booted out by random encounters, but it's fine. He just made a safety save. There is like a DQ2 and DQ3 have like a classic credits song that's very, very frequently sung. DQ5 also has one, but it's not really so common. The only Western person that I know that even like knows and sings the song is Diener. Like a dance thing going on. But I don't know the song at all. But there is a credit song for it. DQ2 for most banger credit song. I agree. Yeah, DQ2 is great. My Road, My Journey. Good one. And it's like the right length too. The DQ3s is also really good, but DQ3s is like a little bit shorter. On the NES, also DQ3s is like more repetitive. It doesn't like go through the same like progression that the Super Famicom one does. I don't really like the credit song in DQ3 NES because of that. But in either version, DQ2's is still better. The credit song in DQ5 is like a wedding waltz kind of thing. I don't know, it's weird. Feels like a little bit... It feels like it would have been fitting in the middle of the game, but feels kind of weird. Like, you go through this evil mountain, you watch your mom die, you beat the big bad guy, and then, like, this is the music you get? The real best DQ2 song, though, is the Key song. I hope Anatolu's been practicing the Key song. So, DQ2 famously has Only Lonely Boy. And when you are in the town of Welgarth, you can trigger that song to be played, and there's maybe a variant or two of that song could sound like. Sure haven't. All right. I don't know if I believe you, though. Most important part of the run. I'm sure Error's mad at himself for that outcome on Mirror Dress, but, you know, it's a DQ final boss. And even though Mirror Dress is, like, generally considered like one of the easiest final bosses in the DQ series, he's still a DQ final boss, right? Even though he's one of the easiest ones, it does not mean he is trivial. It does not mean he is free. That does not mean that he can't decide to kill you or you can't make a mistake or anything like that. Like, it is just something that happens. And this was on a really good run, so I'm sure Error was feeling a little bit of pressure. I don't know if this was on PB pace for him or not, but it very well might have been close. I'm guessing it was probably like 5 minutes or so off of this PB, but Team Zoma currently has the lead, but it's a narrow one, and coming up is Dragon Quest 3 versus Dragon Warrior 3. Single segment, and there is a lot that can happen in either direction for either runner in that game.
And this is also pretty close to the expected delta for these two runners. Error was doing really well up until the end.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, even with that death, this is still a solid run.
Yeah.
Right, Plexel, yeah. They've been doing some Dragon Warrior 3, like, international type races, using sort of a single segment kind of route without any RNG manipulation or anything like that. And I believe that's the route that both of the DQ3 runners are doing, is their respective single segment runs. So Famicom still gets some advantages of like tech speed and things like that, but it should be a pretty vanilla speed run. Roko.done. 530 and change, 530, 40 something.
Nice.
Pretty solid.
Grab Scarlet Ship.
Yeah, right, exactly. Variance for NES 3 is very wide. I'll talk a little bit about this Mirror Just fight. I'm sure Callie will switch over to talking about Dragon Warrior 3 soon enough, but we'll follow Error's attempt 2 on Mirror Just here. So So again, phase 1 here. Return pattern. Waves on phase 2. Echoing defense down. And we get to see what phase 3 brings. Fallen's going to use increase. We'll see if we get clowns again. We do get clowns again. That's very good. Mirror Just 1 is usually pretty reliable. The only way you can really die to Mirror Just 1 is if you repeatedly get killer machines and fail to expel them. Because you can get your defense removed with freezing waves, and then they do a lot of damage to you. Swap in Slalin and Metapani. See if it's successful here against the clowns. One of them used bounce, so that did not hit. Slalin ended up confused off of that, but one of them did get confused. That'll slow things down a little bit. Since there are 2 enemies up, he's not going to summon more adds unless Clown A defeats Clown B. And with Clown B having bounce up, there's not really much you can do about it. Sort of an awkward situation, honestly. But Miragis is getting pretty close to being dead. Miragis 1, that is. Phase.
I think I got it.
Okay. Nice. Transitioning back into Miragis Phase 2. So again, we're going to be looking for either attack, heal, or strong breath. Strong breath being weak pattern, which is the best. Attack being strong pattern, which is the worst. And heal being medium pattern again. Cowie's paying attention to Dragon Warrior 3 to talk about that as soon as Miragis is over with.
Yeah. Recap it when we get there.
Good. Alright. Bring out the hero and let's see. Not bring out hero? Alright. Medium pattern it is. Did not get the defense from Slalin, and then the daughter died again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a mistake of not bringing in hero to identify the pattern. Error's a little bit probably frustrated with himself, and especially after that happening again. That, not getting the defense might have been recoverable because he might have been able to use the Zenithian shield to reflect bounce, or reflect defense back onto him through his bounce.
Yeah.
But then the daughter died again, so I'm going to stand up for a minute, but I guess, Cowie, you can take over while Error goes back to Miragis.
Sure. Yeah, Scarlet Shadows started off Dragon Warrior 3 over here. Basically all that's happened, he's making a bunch of soldiers and taking the clubs and leather armors that they start with and selling them for extra money. It's actually something you can only do on the NES version, because on the Famicom version you start with different equipment. the hero or the king rather just throws some cheap equipment at the hero rather than the characters in the eatery coming with equipment when you generate them. I think everybody just starts with basic clothes on, like all other versions of this game. But yeah, the category for DQ3 Famicom and DW3 NES is single segment, which means they're not going to be doing any safety saves. Crimson said he might do some safety saves for marathon safety, but he also cited that that was due to earthquakes in Japan, so hopefully those saves do not need to be used. But, yeah, this game, you know, if you've played any of the older Dragon Quest games, you know that revival costs can get really expensive even early on. So there's been a lot of thought put into the single segment route of NES and Famicom 3 to have like backup gold and safety gold. So now pulling out what'll be his real team for now. I'm not super familiar with the route, but I'm familiar with Dragon Warrior 3, so we'll see how this goes. I know what the speedrun looked like 10 years ago when I ran it. But then the manipulations came. Yeah, so we got a fighter, a priest, and a wizard. I don't think all three of these characters are going to be kept. I think probably around the pyramid, either before or after, we might see some swaps. This is probably just to help fight and survive our way to Romilly. Few clubs and 50 gold. Yeah, that's exactly what you get in all other versions of this game. It's like 2 clubs, a stick, and some traveler's clothes plus 50 gold, I think.
Well, NES is different, right? Because NES doesn't give you as much stuff you get, like when you recruit the character from the tavern they come with.
Yeah, but like
More
all the other
stuff.
versions, like even Famicom is like that.
Yep.
So what Scarlet's doing here is not something that Crimson can do when he gets started. The dog has decided that 1:40 a.m. is the time to make noise. Great.
Wonderful. Yeah, this Dragon Warrior 3 single segment run is pretty interesting because there's a lot of room for, like, I don't know if I want to say innovation or like personal preference or like routing deviations for what your class setup is, depending on whether you're focusing on speed or reliability or early, mid, late game priorities, things like that.
Yeah.
Like I know Dr. Mr. Holmes has been using a triple fighter route pretty heavily, and you know I've seen some just like weird variants and various routes for this category, and there's a lot of room for that.
Yeah,
in particular in this category.
The Pilgrim, I suspect, is probably going to get dropped after the Pyramid. It's probably coming along for Heal and Expel to fight through the Pyramid.
Sure. Mm-hmm. I believe that. You could also do something like, I think you might have done this when you ran hard type, and I think I've seen like no fleet runs of Super Famicom start with like 2 wizards and then just like get a couple levels on each and then just drop whatever the weaker wizard is.
Yeah. Yeah, because that hard type hack, like, no spells are guaranteed to be learned, so that was another thing, is which wizard actually learns the spells. So it's just, I think they're all like 50-50s forever too. I don't think you're guaranteed to learn them 2 levels later.
Meanwhile, Error is setting his inventory back up to tackle Mirror Dress once again. Let's see what happens this time. He's had pretty decent Mirror Dress phase 1s. He's gotten first try clowns both times, so hopefully he gets first try clowns again this time. Blue gets off his Rukanon. Turn 3, he'll be going for increase. Killer machines, okay. So it's important that he reorders to pull Slalom back out, bring Sancho back in. And then next turn he will... Oh, so he's trying to surround the killer machines. Good call. Nice crit from Pierre on Miragis. Bring Slalom back in to try to expel the killer machines. Okay, good. Get Surround back up. Oh, is he back on turn 1? No, they were ads. Okay. No surround or no increase, but that should be okay. One of the clowns got hit with bounce. That's, you know, same thing that happened last time. A little unfortunate. Oh, he's gonna actually use the Z sword on them first. That's a good call. Gets rid of their bounce. It does mean that Miragis is gonna loop back around to turn 1. We can't bring in.
Oh. He just focused Pierre.
Yep. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Kind of a case where I don't know. I didn't read the battle state well. I feel like there was a slight misplay in not bringing Slalom out to use his increase on the turn where the clowns got summoned, but there might have been healing needed. Again, I didn't read the battle state super well, so I don't know if it was actually a right or wrong play. But if Pierre had that double increase from Slalom, he would have survived that. But either way, it's still bad luck that he got focus fired like that. I mean... Arrow will go back in and try it again.
Yeah, so, yeah, back over in Dragon Warrior 3, I saw that girl that spent all that gold from the soldiers' leather armor and clubs in the second town there, Reeve. So, looked like chain sickle and then armor from there, training suit on the fighter, and leather stuff for the rest of the money. Now he's just trying to go get the thief key, fighting his way through the tower. I think he's currently in the underground still. audio doing weird stuff for my play?
What's happening?
I don't know, it sounded weird on coming out on my display anyway. On Scarlet Shadow's audio.
Ah, okay. Audio metered at the moment, so did Scarlet Shadow set up any fun character names, did you see?
It didn't look like it, though. Right now he's just got F in his team.
Sometimes people like to set up their early namings for their DQ3 characters, so that way when they're in their final party order they spell out something fun. This is a pretty rude tower from Scarlet Shadow. I say tower, not even at the tower yet. Or I guess 3 characters dead.
Yeah, stream sounds fine, so I don't know what my TV's doing, but okay. Didn't buy this TV for the speaker. Fine.
Oh, we killed them off on purpose, okay. Makes sense.
And yeah, game order was based on runner availability. This basically error wasn't available to run tomorrow, so DQ5 had to be first, and then to balance everything else out. Kinda tricky with some of the runners being Japanese racing against people in North America. We made it work, second try. Yeah, it almost fit to do them 1 through 5, but then just 5 was kind of the issue. To swap it to the beginning, and then 5 down to 1 didn't quite work either. I picked up that treasure chest. The movement on NES is kind of slow, so there's a lot of treasure chests you can skip in these games. But he's definitely going for a lot of safety items early on, just in case he dies or wipes somewhere later, because you know, when you die in Dragon Quest, you typically lose half your gold, and then on top of that, you have to spend money reviving everybody, and the higher their level, the more they cost to revive, exponentially. So, even grabbing stuff like, you know, leather shields and stuff that sell for like 30 gold, that can really help early on. God's helmet. That was close.
Comment on a couple things in chat. So, from what Necronus was saying, correct, there is no personality in DW3 NES. The personality system was added with the Super Famicom remake of the game that gives you the stat variance. And what Plexel said about DQ7R, I know Cowie's been really busy with preparing for this marathon itself, and my opinion was, like, I didn't really want to, like, spoil the run per se, since Cowie and I are going to be running it in Limit Break in a month. My preference was just to save it for the main event and, you know, let DQ RTA Marathon show off some other runs.
Yeah. I thought about putting it in, but then a combination of the only slot it fit in was where I needed to sleep, and then also nobody submitted any spin-offs, so I decided to do Monsters 2 instead.
Okay, the 7-hour run is really good. Excited to play it for the break. Been having a lot of fun. Still gradually improving my time at it.
Yep.
Mirror's getting close-ish to being back to mirror dress again.
Another treasure chest. Wing.
Scarlet Shadow still seems to be fighting everything for XP, so I imagine that going out of the way for extra items is all part of the plan.
Yeah, may as well. Back to Error's audio for the boss fight. Partly because what my monitor's doing is bugging me.
Understandable.
How's it doing with Error 2 now? I don't know. Maybe this TV just sucks.
Alright. Mirror Dress, take 4. Working on active, good. Increase on turn 3. Killer machines, okay. Pull Slalom out to protect him for turn 1. Bring Slalom back out to expel the killer machines on turn 2. Error caught it in time, no problem. Good, those both hit. Get increase off on turn 3. Oh, he's switching daughter end again. The same thing that happened last time. I didn't see, maybe there wasn't a waves on turn 2 this time. Maybe he's okay. Okay, yeah, I think those seemed to not do any damage, so I think he was okay. I was not paying attention to the turn 2 action. Let's get the expel back off on the killer machines again. Still attacked, no waves, so does not need Slalom out for increase. Okay, we got clowns. So, normal turn 1. Turn 2, okay, no bounce this time. Turn 2, Slalom will come out for Metapani. Ah, there's a bounce. Unfortunate. B is confused though, so is Slalom, but he can just pull Slalom out and not worry about it. Oh, Slalom actually didn't get confused, okay. So this situation's generally fine. There's a little bit of a risk that with 2 monsters in the field and him skipping phase 3, Slalom cannot be out on turn 1 because Slalom will be at risk. So there's a little bit of a risk. This is a really sketchy Hero's going to be really careful for the start of Phase 2 here. There's a little bit of a risk that he wouldn't be able to get the increase back up from Slalom in order to protect himself from the physical attacks. He did push the phase. He's just going to have to be meticulous about actions and healing at the start of Mirages 2. He can't afford to have anybody die. Especially not Daughter. I don't know if he has a leaf on Daughter still or not, so I don't think so. I think he has 0 leaves. Pierre is also at a little bit of a risk, so he should probably leave Pierre out of the fight until he's sure that he's got a safe turn for the Sage of Stone to proc. But make sure he brings in Hero on turn 1 here this time. Okay, attack. This is strong pattern. So we got Flames, then Waves. So this turn is, I want to say it's safe. Got Waves and then Explodet. So he needs to cover Explodet. With the corpse there, Sancho was guaranteed to get that Sage of Stone off first. Now it's going to be bounce and then heal. This turn is completely safe. Or no, sorry. He only did waves, so he still has Explodet. So it's going to be Explodet and then potentially bounce, because it's 1 to 2 actions per turn. Sorry. He's trying to get everybody healed up and into a better shape. There's bounce. So this is going to be heal and then a potential attack. Can't do this yet. Gotta redo the Zenithian sword. Because of that bounce. Okay. Heal and attack. So we got flames and then waves. So this should be fine. He should be able to start. I don't remember the damage range on flames, but I think he should be okay to start. He can't bring in Slalom yet, but he should have the main team in. Yeah, here we go. Okay, waves and then potential Explodet can bring in Slalom here. Slalom will not die to Explodet. Nice crit. There's the defense down. We're going to have bounce and then potential heal. So the concern about phase, or the strong pattern, is that because you can't really deal, because he's only got 5 actions, because you're not going to keep getting rid of his bounce every time through. So he effectively only has 5 actions with 1 to 2 per turn. There is he heals more often. So you need to balance the offensiveness with not dying. But you need to keep up your damage, otherwise he can out-heal it. Error's being very careful with his heal ranges here. You really hope to see as many 1 actions per turn as possible, which is not really what's been happening so far. A lot of double actions.
Yeah. That's the thing about Dragon Warrior 7, like 90% of the bosses are 1 to 2 actions, and how they go depend on how many actions they take.
Yep. Yeah, the concern here is, I don't know what he's got for MP recovery on Daughter, but the risk is that if Daughter uses too much MP, and is not able to continue using buy kill, then you stop being able to keep up with the damage that he can heal. If he still has an Elfin Elixir, then it's fine. If he has a Prayer Ring or Magic Water, if he's got a Prayer Ring, it might be fine. If he's got Magic Water, it's... Okay, he does have an Elfin Elixir on Daughter. I just saw it in his inventory. So he should be good. He can go on for a long time. It might be a slow fight, but that's just strong pattern. It is the slowest one. So just needs to stay focused and fine. Pierre has both the best defense and innate breath resistance, so pulling only Pierre out when you're going to get the attacks flames, like the turn 1, turn 2 type actions, is Pierre can kind of keep attacking in a lot of cases, and you don't need to keep up with healing for flames on everybody else, because that will very much hurt everyone else, and you can't keep up with it. Daughter is guaranteed to outspeed this pattern, so... Man, so many double actions. Okay, single action there. We got attack flames next. Pierre only gets to attack. That's fine. Attack. That's fine. Single action. Good. Double. Okay. Having Pierre heal himself while Daughter uses an Elfin Elixir. He's going to lose a little bit of ground damage-wise on that turn, but it gives him a good recovery opportunity. Single action heal there. Double action on the offensive turn. Heal with Daughter. Single waves. The Explodat. Okay. Heal and potential attack. This is fine. Bring in Slalin to do an attack. If Slalin dies here, like if he ends up going into his attack and hitting the back person, Slalin is expendable. Whereas Daughter is not, so Daughter could also physical attack for comparable damage. But having Slalin out allows you to do it with less risk, less long-term risk. And I think Slalin does hit like, very slightly harder. Okay. Airjust is coming down a little bit here. There's a double. Split out. Good single action. Double action. Not ideal, but that's okay. Pierre only. Defending for this turn. That's okay. He would have been safe on that turn to attack, but he might have had to heal on this turn and not been able to re-up by kill, so that was a good play to defend with Pierre to buffer his HP. He's gonna bring up Pierre. I wouldn't be surprised if... is he not? I wouldn't be surprised if he brings out Pierre and just has Pierre heal himself. Oh, Pierre went last. That wouldn't have been good, so... Play a little bit riskier on that turn, but... Good single action. We're about to turn 1. Yeah, could have attacked there, but they're choosing to play it a little bit on the safer side. Waves went out anyway, so... Really needs Mirror just to... There we go. Got him. I guess they take more single actions, but...
All right.
Strong pattern has been defeated. GG error. Yeah. long fight. I'm sure Air's a little frustrated with himself, but you'll just have to play through the credits now. Ending sequence, and then Crimson will be able to take over for Team Cedo.
Yep. So, yeah, Scarlet's made a little more progress since we last looked at him. It's been pretty slow going on the DW3 side, again, just picking up stuff for safety and then also getting a lot of experience on solo hero here. What level is he at now? He was 7 last time I saw. Yeah, still level 7. Making his way through the Magic Ball Cave. So, I'll kind of give just the lore summary so far for DQ3 if you're not familiar. Basically, your hero wakes up on his 16th birthday, his mother says, hey, the king has summoned you. You go talk to the king talks to you about adventure your father was going on when he went missing, and he tells you to take up your father's quest and go fight the archfiend Baramos. And that's kind of all you know about Baramos for a while. But your first objective is to try to get off of the island we started on. So I mentioned he was going for the thief key earlier so he can open basic doors. He's got that. Again, picked up a bunch of safety items in there, which is he just lost probably some money dying in that cave there. What's his money look like? 50? Okay. He might have most of his items invested, or gold invested in items still. Heck, all that equipment that he bought earlier. That's one of the advantages of being solo hero right now, is if you die, you don't have to pay to revive anybody. His characters are still there if he needs them to hold items or something. But, yeah, if he's not bothering to revive them, that saves him, like, 30 plus gold every time he wipes. If his whole team were level 7, they would each cost 50 gold to revive, because the resurrection formula in these early games, starting with DQ3, is your level squared rounded up to the nearest 10. So you can imagine that ramps up pretty quickly. Not quite as bad in the early game as Dragon Warrior 2. In early DQ2, it was just 20 times your level, but like dying at level 1 and having to pay 20 gold is actually pretty expensive. Or like level 3 costing 60 gold. But then they went with the exponential formula in DQ3 to make it better on the early game. So like until level 4, your price doesn't go up at all. So yeah, so after getting the thief key, you go to the second town, which is called Reeve, and you can unlock a door there to talk to a person, and he gives you this item called the Magic Ball. And you take the Magic Ball into this cave. I think this is the Cave of Enticement, and there's a solid wall right at the beginning that you need to use the Magic Ball on, and then it explodes and you can go into the dungeon. And this is just a long path that has a portal at the end of it that'll get us off the island. A lot of kind of nasty enemies in here though. The magicians that he wiped to earlier were nasty because they have the blaze spell, which is fixed damage. He has a lot of defense power right now, but that doesn't help him against magic. If you're trying to come through here with a team of people, there's the demon anteaters that focus individual targets down. The spiked hairs here are also kind of a threat for him, but more of a threat if they show up with friends, because they can put you to sleep like you saw, but they also tend to run away for no reason, so I was kind of lucky that they ran away.
I forget, does Dragon Warrior 3 do the same thing as DW4, where you get like an auto defend while you're sleeping?
I'm not positive about that.
Okay. I know Super Famicom does not, but I wasn't sure about NES.
Want to say no, because I think it would be less of a problem falling asleep if that were the case. Yeah, one thing that I'll talk about it even though he can't use it right now, because the fact that he can't use it is relevant, is in this game there's a bug that they'll both Crimson and Scarlet will be abusing quite heavily, where if you're in your menu and you parry and then you press back and pick a different command instead, you will still take half damage for the round. So for example, if all 4 of his characters were alive and the first 3 parried and then he backed up and picked different commands, the first 3 characters would take half damage. But when you're a solo character, you can't do that because if you parry, the round starts. So there's no backing up. But we'll definitely see that more later, and we saw it at the very beginning. You were paying attention when he still had all his characters alive.
Yeah, and from a technical standpoint, it can be really tricky because certain characters have their combat menu in a different order, with like spells versus defend. Like if you have a fighter that doesn't have magic, for example, and especially as characters die and like the order of your menus change around, you can accidentally end up menuing into something that prevents you from backing out and then, you know, messing up your parry fight.
Yeah, or even if just somebody falls asleep and then you hit parry, 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 and oh, that was your 3 wake characters. You didn't realize one was asleep, then now the turn started. It's not quite as bad as running on accident, but...
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be part of the reason that he's got a fighter, is that he's going to want a character that has no spells in the front of his team at all times, because a character leading the party that knows magic can't parry because they have fight, spell, run, item, and no parry option. There's only room for 4 options. This is really weird what my TV's doing. It's like almost like it's noise gating, which it was not doing until I opened Scarlet's stream. This is a very cheap display. I bought it to hang on above my main TV and just put Twitch chat on it, but today I'm using it for the stream.
Yeah, that's kind of weird behavior.
It keeps bugging me. I'll plug in headphones or something. I don't want to wear headphones for the whole stream.
Yeah, makes sense.
Nice, that's why the Dragon Warrior 2 hero can't use magic, because there's no room on the screen. Yes. The in-universe explanation.
So do you know, Cowie, anything about the route that Scarlet Shadow or Crimson will be using? Like, for
not
example,
really.
Do
I know.
you know, like, class comps or anything like that?
No, not really. I kind of know the Famicom route that we raced that one time. I'm sure there'll be changes to it for safety.
Yeah, that wasn't a single segment, so
Yeah. Yeah, commentators will swap out eventually. I know Vaxard's going to show up for Dragon Warrior 4. So, Zatoriak offered to help at some point, but he didn't pick a game, so.
I'm not going to stick around super late tonight after being up till almost 5 a.m. doing DQ6 last night, but I'll hang out for a little while longer. I figured that I knew DQ5 at least a little bit, and I'd keep Cowie from having to do it all alone. Cowie knows the NES version of DQ3 much better than I do. I know the Super Famicom version very well, but not this version so much, so.
Yeah. I actually did runs of Dragon Warrior 3 before Dragon Warrior 4, though failed as soon as the manipulations got a little ridiculous. I've considered either doing a single segment or more likely there's a RNG fix patch that Vaxard made that makes the game behave more like Famicom, so it's much harder to do RNG manipulations. Because it kind of sucks doing this single segment route when you're trying for PB attempts, because there are a lot of things that you just end up resetting over that you could have saved first, and the only reason the category doesn't allow saves is RNG manips. It's not really intended to be like an endurance test or something. It's so easy to manipulate RNG in Dragon Warrior 3 that the only way to stop it is to say you can't turn the console off.
Yeah, if I remember right, it's a case where it broke because of the way they added the intro scene, right, on like the title screen. They had to fix the RNG for that scene, and then it ended up trickling down into breaking the RNG for the
yeah, I've heard that they like removed part of the RNG algorithm to make room for the programming for that scene. So there's some code in the Famicom version that doesn't exist in the NES version. But they booted up the game and people still walk around randomly. I attack a monster and the damage changes. It must be perfect, but they didn't try resetting and then walking out of town and then resetting and walking out of town again.
I kind of wonder if it was less of like a room thing and more of a like, did they need to be RNG, and did RNG need to be in some kind of consistent state in order for the intro scene to like play correctly? Like, does the intro scene use something about that RNG function, and then by fixing that it broke other stuff? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe if Faxard pops in a little early before 4, I'll ask him. You might know.
Mm-hmm. He does know a lot about DQ3 and DQ4.
Alright, there's the copyright sign, so we're about to add Crimson in. Meanwhile, Charlotte has made it up to Kazov, where you actually want to have your movement on the overworld be really consistent so that when you reach this town, it is nighttime. I wasn't paying attention, but he probably took, I think you usually take like exactly one step on Romilly Castle, maybe more if you do safety revives, just to make sure it's nighttime right when you get here. There's no randomness to the time of day like there's in Dragon Warrior 4. So, Crimson Stream. Give me 1 second to add him in.
Oh, there's Vaxhard in chat.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we were Vaxhard. We were wondering about the changes for removing like the per frame randomness in the North American version. If like the reason for it was known for Dragon Warrior 3, like was it a case of needing to make room in the ROM for the intro scene? Like that's generally the accepted or the common, I guess, reasoning for the randomness being broken, right? Is the addition of the intro scene, like before the main menu of the game, is a case of like not having enough room in the ROM to fully have the RNG algorithm and that that intro stuff, or is it a case of like the actual actions of that intro scene relying on the RNG in some way that they had to adjust how it worked, or what was the reasoning, I guess, for the RNG change between the two versions? If any of that is known. Sort of what we were wondering. Not related to it? Okay. Gotcha, that makes sense, yeah. Text rendering and language encoding and all that stuff definitely is a thing.
Oh, right.